Howdy.
Morning.
Good morning. All right, checking my sound. I got everything going and working. All right, computer's getting ready. Oh, all right. So, where are we? We are now Solomon chapter 15.
Yes.
We took our time and really dug into 14 for your first layer. Okay? And if you notice the instructions at this time, the judgment, I keep repeating about buying the land and reorganizing ourselves out of the country, right? Back in our father's land and not in some other country. And that's because that's what the instructions say to do. Okay. Now I know if you can, right? Because I can't be the only one to see these instructions. If you can see these instructions, but you're not able to do them, or you are somehow limited, that's because you're not of the house of David, but you can see the instructions.
Mm.
If you can see the instructions and you don't want to do it, you know you're supposed to be working on it. You are of the house of David, but you are a rebel, and now the Most High doesn't have any desire for you personally.
Mm.
And if you can't see the instructions, it is above your level. It's not appointed to you for you to see. Now it's just a matter if you have the desire to walk in the instructions to become a part of the kingdom. So it's your choice, your status, your choice, it's your heart. You harden it, you soften it, it's on you. So you're going to have to change your mind about certain things. Okay? It's up to you. Okay? All right. Now that we've got this going, let me, because I know we're going to run into a few words, let me pull up my dictionary now. Give me a second. Dictionary. All right. So, I don't have much else to discuss today. It looks like we got another pretty heavy chapter.
Yeah.
So let's dig right in. So maybe, inshallah, we get to 16. Let's see what we can unfold in chapter 15. All right?
Chapter 15 of Proverbs. A soft word turns aside anger, but a harsh word arouses wrath.
So a soft word turns aside anger. You know, a lot of people think this has to do with tone,
Hmm.
the tone of your voice. Speak softly. It has a lot less to do with tone, and it has everything to do with what you're saying. You understand? Some people really don't get it. Like they really sit down and they think about, it's not what you said, it's how you said it. Okay, so if we are in a war and there's bombs and gunfire going off and we're laying down and I have to tell you to get down and I'm yelling at you,
Mm-hmm.
is what I'm saying evil?
Mm-mm.
I'm trying to preserve your life.
Yeah.
So tone has zero to do. You have to hear and understand what is being said.
Hmm.
Okay? So people will mistake tone for the to think that it's being said. So what's harsh words? Okay? Using petty and scornful and mocking and jeering language. That is harsh. Okay? Cussing and calling names. That's harsh. Okay? Now there's a difference between calling names and defining something. If you commit the action that this labels as a fool, and you receive the punishment, thereby verifying that you committed the action. This man was a fool. That's the end. It's not just the thought about it, the talking about it, the doing it, but it's also receiving the punishment of it. That's how you get the label. And you've been labeled lawfully. You see, so now when you're talking about a soft word, what I'm doing to you now is using soft words. I'm bypassing your anger to give you wisdom and instruction. While it may hurt your feelings, it may chastise you, it is for your betterment to make you better, right? The result of this is the unification of us as a people and the reorganizing of us on our land and becoming who we are called by instruction, by covenant right to be. So there is a difference. I'm giving you soft words. They still correct all the same. Okay, but I'm bypassing your anger. If you are angry at these words of chastisement and corrections, then we refer back to the previous chapter. You are ill tempered and you increase foolishness. Moving on.
The tongue of the wise makes knowledge pleasant.
Okay, so the one with understanding makes learning simple. He can get you to the right place and do the right things. It's a simple step. You may or may not want to do it. The action he is asking you to do may seem undesirable, but you understood, well, we have to do this to get that. And then you can make the adult decision to do it. That's knowledge being made pleasant. Okay? It's made very simply and understandably. Okay, here's the problem. The solution to this problem is we have to do this. Whether you want to or you don't, it's just what the answer is. It's pleasant.
But the mouth of fools pours out foolishness.
So a fool will hear the solution and say, nah, I'm not doing that. It pours out foolishness. It's the rejection of wisdom. We could just go over here. It's the finding of another way and the shortcut. We got other choices and options. I ain't gotta do it your way, but you're in the problem with no way out. And all the other ways have been done. You've marched already. You've protested. You've looted. You've vandalized. You've had wars. Somebody telling you to do something other than what you already know to do seems absurd to a fool. We could do what we've been done. We've had progress. Women can vote. But you have no lawful candidate. You're not even supposed to vote for people that's not your nation.
In every place The eyes of Yah watch the bad and the good.
So, yes, the Most High does see everything, everywhere, at all times. Okay? But why in another verse, it says, but his eye is perpetually, continuously, and at all times focused here in this land on Zion. And his eye is focused on Zion because when you perform the righteous deeds here, when you follow my instruction here, when we buy the land here, that's the only time it counts. Okay? Once you get here, you have entered the game. You have entered the place of of the visual focus of the Most High for us to do the things which He has requested and demanded and commanded that we do. So He sees the bad and the good. So if you're not in the place where good is to be performed, then you're doing bad. You see how that?
Wow.
Same verse.
Yeah.
He sees the bad and the good. So if you're not in the place where righteousness is to be performed and you're performing it in order, right? You can perform righteousness out of order. Well, I can go out on my own and I can do my own thing. That's not righteousness. You have now done bad in a righteous place, and now you receive the punishment of that action. You can't do it on your own. You can't. No man is an island. You can forget about it. You have to move and function as a people, as a part of a people. You see?
The healing of the tongue is a tree of life, and he who eats from its fruits will be satisfied.
So now the doing of the work is the planting of the tree of life. The healing of the tongue is a tree of life. Right? The doing righteousness is a tree of life. The healing of the tongue is a tree of life. Right? All of these things require one thing: conversion and correction. What are you being converted from? Your mentality, thinking, speech pattern, everything about you is of and from Babylon, from the Chaldeans, the Hasidim people. That's what it is. It comes from them. So you have to convert from their lifestyle and culture and their way of life unto another one. You have to convert to Abraham's. So if you're going to convert, you have to convert. This is not talking about the language. It is talking about the way of speech, not language. If I speak and I'm quoting what Solomon says, and I'm quoting and I don't have to say Solomon said. Solomon said, okay? I can actually just say the saying. The saying is open for direct use for language. The healing of the tongue is a tree of life. So if I'm talking in the way of Solomon, and that's the way I talk, right? The grammar can be incorrect. The spelling can be incorrect, but what I'm saying is what Solomon is saying here, and I understand what I'm saying, the definitions. I change the definitions to what they are coming from the book as the book defines them. This is the tree of life. It is the proof or the evidence that I have refined my mind and my heart. Because what I say is lawful, and I'm doing the thing that I say to do. So I am not saying one thing and doing another, doing one thing and saying another. I am straightforward. My actions and my words are in lawful actions, words, thought, and deed. I am in one way. Yeah. It's not perverse, twisted. And whoever eats from it is satisfied. Yeah. Okay? Yeah. There's a promise of satisfaction. You want to live in peace, you want to have sustainable wealth, you're going to have to change. You don't change, you don't get it, that's because of you. It has nothing to do with nobody else. It's because you didn't do it. Okay? All of your problems is because you're not doing something. Every problem, you're not doing it. I'm in the hood. You didn't move. Where was I supposed to go? To your own land and country. Well, where's that at now? You need to do the research to figure out where you're from. But you're from the land of Canaan. Figure out where Canaan is. Then figure out somebody over there you can connect with because you got to learn how to live over there. And you can't do what you were doing where you came from. Then you'll be satisfied. Hey man, we got to go out and hustle. We got to get this money. Money for what? What do we got to go out and hustle for? We're growing our own food. Food comes to the table. We eat good every day. What are we going out to hustle for? What do you got to go out and commit crimes for? Food is on the table. Your home is beautiful. You working. When it's time to build, your turn to in your home to get built, then you go and you help build that one. And when yours is finished, you get up and still go help the next person. Everybody living good. You're talking about, that's not how we do things, man. We don't got to come and, nah, relax, chill. You good. You got everything. Learn, study, get your mind right, like they say in the hood, right? This is get your mind right lawfully. Continue.
The fool rejects his father's correction.
The fool rejects his father's correction. This ain't talking about your daddy on the block. It's talking, Solomon is talking as a father to the sons of Israel who are in captivity to accept this correction. If you don't, you're automatically a fool. Hey man, why don't you come in and start to observe the Shabbat with us? Come in, help us build our community. We're going to give all the money we had to buying back the land, opening the supermarkets. Okay? We work the land, we work our businesses, we'll open other businesses, many businesses, and we will begin to grow and function in the land. You know, I spent 2 days, right, researching a class on perfumery. Now, if you don't know what perfumery is, it's the art of crafting fragrances. Okay? Because I'm a big perfume fanatic. Like I love cologne. I've always loved cologne. You know, I love to be clean and smell good. I like to dress rugged, right? I like to be very ruggedly dressed because I'm always want to be ready for some work. I just like working with my hands, you know? So I like to dress rugged, and now I have to dress princely, but that's a whole different thing. But I like to dress very rugged, work with my hands, and then put on some cologne. I like to smell good. And I like a lot of cologne. Like I like variety. So I started looking into the craft, right? And while you can get like small beginners kits and beginners training books, when you get to the master craft level, the collection, the kit is like it's $2,500. The book alone is $500. for master craftsmen to begin to put together the fragrances and what is necessary. Right? I looked at that and I looked at all the refining and training that you would have to get. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to do this. You're going to do that. Why did I look at that? Because my father loved fragrances so much, Solomon, and I do too. As a matter of fact, smelling good is a cultural thing over here.
Oh, yes. They're everywhere.
People are just now becoming aware of Arabic fragrances, and I have been indulging in Arabic fragrances for months. And then when I tell people this is part of our culture, this is part of our tradition, it's one of the markers of our family. We are from this area, this tribe, this people. They reject the correction and they go where? Right back to the land of captivity to do what? Foolishness.
But he who attends to chastisement is prudent.
So the person who comes and looks for correction and chastisement is prudent. Like, I come here to be chastised. I read it for it to change something about me. I'm constantly looking for things I need to change me about. And what it tells me to do, I do it. If it says buy land, I'm buying it. I don't care what it costs. It can cost everything, give everything. So what? What it tells me to do with the land, it promised me wealth. And if it gets me the land, it'll give me the wealth too. But those who don't, you reject the correction, you're a fool. Now you don't attend chastisement. You don't come in for the teaching, for the learning, for the changing of yourself. Yeah, you're going to get sick. Yeah, it's going to bother you. Yeah, it's going to annoy you. Right? You're not going to like it all the time. But if you attend it, then you become prudent. And then the prudent man becomes righteous. And the righteous man has obtained the Most High's favor. And everybody wants the Most High's favor, right? Or maybe you don't, because you're a fool. Continue.
In the house of the righteous man is great wealth.
I just said that.
Been saying it for months and months.
You got to accept the correction. You got to come in for the training. You got to accept the chastisement, right? The grooming, the training, and everything, the development. You got to go through the process to become the righteous man, because the righteous man obtained the wealth. He gave up this for this. He gave his ashes for beauty. He exchanged the oil of mourning. Oh, put so-and-so in a t-shirt. It was a real one. For oils of joy. Nah, man, we don't die. We build wealth together. We live together. We work together. In unity. Oh, we don't have a community. It's your fault. At this point, the planes are working. You have the money to do it. The same way you have the money to go buy a t-shirt, right? The same way. I would give absolutely zero attention to looking good and trendy and flashy or impressive. Zero money, and give all of that money to this because I can get the flashy, impressive, and the traditional trendy look here. After I've obtained my possession and my wealth. Because then you can have everything with none of the drawbacks. You can have multiple wives. right? I can love you, and I can love you, and I can love you, and I can love you. And everybody knows, and we all living and working together and building more wealth. We'll be back after this. So, great wealth. So, let's take a look. Now, I mentioned the perfumery and what it would take to restore this back to our community, right? So, we have sacred oil blends that are to be crafted together to formulate perfumes, right? The holy oil is crafted after an apothecary, after a perfumer, right? So he has the exact extract and he's crafting it together to formulate a fragrance that is to be applied to the king, the priest, and whoever else the Most High wishes to appoint. Okay? For whatever they appointed for. So, if you're supposed to craft it the way a perfumer crafts, you need to go and learn the perfumer's craft. That's knowing what is the requirement to take care of this. And when I saw what it costs and I saw what they make, I'm like, wait a minute. And I mean, like, I could get someone a job right now at the perfuming store to learn the skills, then buy the supplies and go into it myself. But it's expensive. The kit itself is expensive. The book, it's $3,000 complete.
Now they prefer to spend their money on video games instead of.
But you spent $3,000 in clothes, sneakers,
Yep.
all kind of leisurely activities, but you didn't have that same money for this.
Right.
You didn't have the same money to buy land. You squandered it in the street, and then you complain about all the problems and all the needs that you need done for it to be the world to be right, and you don't do it. All right, continue.
But the harvest of the wicked will be spoiled.
So all the stuff that you've gathered will be taken from you. That's what spoiled means, right? To be taken from you. Right? If you don't believe me, I know we could look it up in the dictionary. Right? For it to have destroyed in quality and value, the value of it ruined. Right? The enjoyment of it destroyed. Okay? To plunder or take by force. See? Taken. So you're going to lose it anyway. Okay?
The lips of the wise make knowledge known.
Now, some people are going to say this is a contradiction. It says, my son, hide the knowledge with you. And now it says the lips of the wise makes knowledge known. Who am I hiding it from? And then who am I talking to? You see, there are two people. There are my students and there are not my students. There are my people and there are not my people. I don't waste a half a breath on not my people. I don't waste any time, not a moment, not even a fraction of a second on not my students. Okay? My people are coming into the land. We're going to live on the land. We're going to have the land. We're going to own the land. We're going to grow our wealth in the land. Everybody else, I'm telling you, you're going to get death. And it's not me telling you, this is what's written in the book. Your belief doesn't count. What you do does. What you say does, because what you say also is accounted for in the book. So I'm only talking to my students. You have to choose to come here. I'm not advertised. I'm not on the top page. Somebody has to tell you about me, right? Or by miracle, it comes up. Continue.
But the hearts of fools, not so.
So the heart of the fool has no knowledge in it. The only thing they can do is tell you, listen, there's a lot of us doing this. We must be right because it's so many. This is why everybody is here. Watch, it's going to work out real good. And it don't work. How you can make $10,000 on YouTube. The only thing you have to do is 8 simple steps. You'll buy that. And you go do it and it don't work. But when I tell you you can grow food in abundance, you look at me like I'm crazy. The plant helps you. It makes the seed and the fruit. And then you could just plant more seeds. You don't even have to sell the oranges. You can sell the orange juice and keep the seeds and plant them again. And you will have way more orange trees. You have a forest of orange trees from a small acre of oranges, a small amount, right? If you had 100 oranges, you can grow acres and acres of orange trees. And then that acres and acres of orange trees, if you plant every seed, will be enough to put a forest of orange trees up. So let's take a look at this next one.
The sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination to Allah.
So the people who make intentional errors, okay? Their feast for atonement, the feast they make for forgiveness, is an abomination. You knew not to do this. You were warned not to do this. You were told not to do this, and you did it. Then you want to come in once you see the judgment is upon you and you want to get forgiveness. I'm a good person. I did this and I did that, like your other righteous deeds cover up for your sin. You're just a wicked person. Those are an abomination to Allah. It's an abomination. You see? Now you see why I keep people out. If you're if you cannot live without fornication, right? You cannot if you can't live in the marriage, you got to date, you got to have a boyfriend, you plan on being single forever, don't come.
Mm.
Don't come here. Stay where you are. Stay doing what you want to do because you trying to come in for atonement is abomination. If you have to keep your foreign wife, be she white or whatever,
Mm.
don't come. Y'all don't believe in mixed marriages? No, I don't have a command for mixed marriages, so I don't do it. I think my forefathers know best. So I'm going to accept this correction on this. And it's not that there's not, beautiful women of other races. They are beautiful. I'm not denying that. But I must take from my father's house, period.
Mm.
Giving my seed to another people in another nation does not serve me.
Mm.
You see?
It's a disservice to you.
And then after I do that, then I want to keep the wife. Then I'm talking about I want to come build the Most High's temple. I'm going to make all of these sacrifices and I'm going to do all of this righteous stuff. All of that's an abomination to the Most High. You didn't follow the basic instructions of how you want to govern yourself. You have to govern yourself before you can come with the Most High to do His work because you have to have clean hands. Your hands are filthy.
Mm.
I'm clean. I went about it the right way and the right way with the right way and the right way. It cost me 7 years to come out clean. I don't want to jeopardize that.
Mm.
I'm on purification day one, year one.
Mm.
Go ahead.
But in the prayer of the upright, he delights.
So in the prayer of the upright, so the upright doesn't even have sacrifices. And what is the upright praying for? He's praying to get that which the Most High has asked to do the thing the Most High has asked to do. That's it. I'm praying to get out of this and get rid of this. Most High help me. I'm getting rid of it. I'm signing over. I'm coming out. I'm going to serve. I'm going to do. And you're praying to just obey, to follow the instruction, to walk in it. That, the Most High, He likes true judgment. So you've reasoned yourself to be in error, you've reasoned yourself to come learn, and you're taking the steps to get out and come learn at the appointed time, which is to be ready to come out at the end of the month. That's it. Okay? Pretend you got an eviction note on the door and don't give your eyes sleep. You need to get out of your agreements and leave your debts behind and come out with what the Most High said come with. I gave you the Exodus protocol so you would know what to do. And you act like this the first time I gave you a protocol. It's not. I've been saying this for months. Continue.
Allah abominates the way of the wicked, but he who pursues righteousness is shown love.
So now the Most High, He abominates your path and your ways. So when you're wicked, He turns that whole way, that whole path, everything the wicked is doing into an abomination. Hence why the righteous have to come out from the wicked, because you are with them in their ways. When you go to work with the wicked. You are in their way. When you when you go home, you're going home with the wicked. All of your neighbors are wicked. You are in their ways. But I own my land here, but you own your land in the wrong country. So now you are in the way of the wicked. The wicked do this. They colonize other countries. I'm asking you to return to your motherland. And you're saying, not so. I only know this country. You sojourned there. You were born there. I understand. But now it's time to come back home and you are resistant. Now you are in the way of the wicked. You are resisting the righteous deed of restoring your father's houses. So you're stuck. You're either going to do what I say and be righteous, or you're going to do it your own way and be wicked. That's right. You're painted into a corner, but I didn't paint you there. Solomon did. So the one who pursues, the one who makes the effort of righteous and stays in it, loyalty, integrity. You see that? Diligence, study, to build, giving, to build and do what's asked and required. The Most High says, I'll show him love. He's not going to see the problems that I'm going to give to the wicked. He'll see the wicked suffer and he'll be in fear, but the problems will not come close to him. He has a different set of issues because the Most High said a different set of issues to train him and to groom him. But these are minor stumbling blocks. They are not meant to destroy you. Continue.
The correction of a wicked man makes his way wander, and whoever hates chastisement will die.
Told you. So whoever hates chastisement will die, right? The correction of a wicked man makes his way wander. Okay? So let's take about this word wander. Okay? You make a wicked person ramble, meander, roam, rove, range. They get knocked around. Okay? So when a path is a wandering path, right? So when you correct, right, a wicked man, he goes like this. What happens? He takes a few steps in the right direction. He gets some second thoughts and doubts, and he begins to turn and change and return to his wickedness. He goes a few steps in that direction or until he sees failure, and then he tries to go back in the way of righteousness. And then he does it for a little while. Then something happens. He loses faith, and he goes back, and it causes his way to wander. Right? He comes back to you in the day of trouble to get out of the trouble. Then he starts on the path, and then he turns back around, and he goes, this person is wicked. They're eternally wicked. Why? They can't get off of the wicked path. They only get off of the wicked path because they see the problem. They don't have any desire for true righteousness. They cannot hear the instruction. They cannot see the anointed one. They cannot understand the work that is needed. And they swing back and forth.
Sheol and perdition are before Allah, also the hearts of men.
So Sheol, okay, is the abode of the dead, the grave, right? And perdition is Gehenna, hellfire. Okay? So the grave and hell is in front of Allah. He can see you in there. Okay? And also, just like these things is seen and known, the Most High knows what your true intentions are. and what you're planning. Because before, people be like, well, he started out with good intentions and then all of a sudden he corrupted himself. No, he always had that plan. He just wanted it to appear like he had good intentions. It's the appearance of good, but there's no good in the person.
The representative.
Right. All right. Continue.
The scoffer loves not the one who chastises him.
So, right now, the person, I'm chastising you, right? In these 15 chapters, right? With 15 chapters in, we got 16 more chapters of chastisement to go. Okay? This is the admonishment of the Most High. Right now, there's the jokesters that got something to say. Right? We had a jokester come up yesterday. I just removed the comment. You have no right to say anything, and I don't care who you are. Okay? Go take your jokes somewhere else. I know you hate me. I know you hate what I'm saying. You have your own ridiculous beliefs from your forefathers, and now we're at a forefather war. Who's right, mine or yours? Well, I'm going to stick with mine, you stick with yours. Okay? And we'll see how it comes out in the end. And by that, I'm talking about we're going to see over the coming years and months who is right. So these two can't get along. Okay? So you cannot pass a class, be a jokester, and then be a judge. It doesn't work. So the way it works in the world is not the way it works here. There's no credentialing based upon just take a class and get a certificate. That works for skill trades. You want to be a perfumer? Take the class, get the skills, make the perfume. You can do that. It's a skill trade. But when it comes to judgment, judgment is more than a skill trade. It is the seat of nobility. It is not the place for jokes. You see? Because there is somebody who jokes, right? And their jokes are sinful and they incur sin. Now we have to bring judgment against the judge.
Mm.
You see? Whew.
And to the wise, he does not go.
So you see, they don't get along.
No, they don't.
So the jokester doesn't want to go to the wise one and receive wisdom and understanding and change. He wants to poke fun and make jokes and laugh and all right.
A joyful heart makes pleasant the face, but through pain of heart, the spirit is brought down.
So in doing the righteous acts, in time, the countenance of your face changes. It makes it pleasant. You lose the bitterness. You lose the evil eye. You lose, you know what I'm saying, the hardness of the heart, right? You become beautiful, right? The most beautiful woman is a lawful one. It's the most beautiful. You know what I'm saying? She does the lawful things. She wears the lawful clothes. She serves her husband lawfully. And she is faithful and diligent in her service. It doesn't get more beautiful than that. You cannot love this type of woman unless you're wicked. Then you can't stand her. Right? So now, what's the problem with the countenance of my people's faces? Why is it fallen? Why are they dejected? And it's because of the pain from the captivity. that their spirit was brought down. You suffered through the trials of slavery, and then Jim Crow and the white supremacy, you know what I'm saying? And now you're suffering. They're trying to act like it never existed, but still keep you in the same place while they reestablish themselves in a greater supremacy to put you down. Yeah, that's why you look hard faced. That's why you're angry and embittered. You are dejected. Continue.
The heart of the man of understanding seeks knowledge, but the mouth of fools, foolishness.
So fools look for foolishness to get themselves into, right? And the man of understanding, he hears what I'm teaching and he comes to class to gain knowledge, not to gain a position, not to gain materials for his own class, because he's going to be a teacher and he's going to be this great thing and whatever. He comes so that he can know what to do, so he can participate in doing it. That's why my viewership is so low. They don't come, and you can't come here to get rich. You come here to get wealth, but you're going to have to do it and do it with me and do it my way. We'll be back after this. All right. Okay. Where we leave off?
The 14.
14.
The heart of man of understanding seeks knowledge.
But the mouth of fools seeks foolishness. The fool seeks foolishness. The fool is going to say foolish things to put you in a bad situation. The fool is going to always look for something to waste, squander time, but it feels good. It's foolishness. Like, you know, there's a day of judgment. You know, wrath is coming. You see the world crumbling, and the fool has no preparation. None. And now you want to sit here and act like somebody's going to instantaneously pop up and save you and do everything for you. Nobody did nothing for you. You have to do this. God don't work for you. The God, your God, that does everything for you is your idol. The Most High gonna make it happen. He gonna bring us. He gonna work a miracle. That's your idol. The Most High don't work like that. He performs his miracles to his servants who are working on what he said to be working on. Continue.
All the days of a poor man are bad. But he whose heart is happy has a perpetual feast.
So now you see this poor man, every day is bad. Okay? Every day he's working on something. Every day he has something to do. Every day there's some problem that he has to work on, he has to solve. Okay? So remember, the poor man is the person that the Most High has given an instruction. So, we have to work 6 days and we have to rest on the 7th. And there's what we can do and what we can't do. And then we have to get ready for this. And you know, these is hard times. We got to pull together. We got a lot of work ahead of us. There's much to do. Okay? It's a good day, but, it's difficult. It's a jihad, a struggle. The jihad. But secretly we hiding. Look, we got all of this. We got all of this.
Yes.
Every day we feasting. Yes. What we eating today?
Yes.
See? So there's a perpetual feast. He has the festival days, we have days of rest, and we know we are hiding in our customs, cultures, and traditions the joy, the peace, and the understanding. We don't let it get out and we don't let somebody take it from us. It is for us. It's not for you. You're not inside.
Right. Better a little with fear of Allah than great treasures in perversity with them.
So it's better to be small, okay, with the fear of Allah. It's better to give up all the treasure. It's better to give up everything of your stuff, selling it and bringing the money in and building this with the fear of Allah, okay, than to be with the rest of them outside in perversity, because Allah is going to destroy them and everyone with them. But the seed of righteousness will flourish in the land. The seed of righteousness, the people, the core group that comes in, they're going to flourish in the land. And then the Most High is going to scatter and pick out from the survivors who he want to save and who he want to bring. You have no guarantee. Okay? You have none. Okay? You slept around with over 2 men, right? You slept around with over 2 men. You are now on the harlot and whoremonger list.
Yep.
You're on 2 men. That was it. The one you lost your virginity to, you were supposed to marry him. You didn't. You had one more chance to go out and pick a husband, and you blew that. You're done. Okay? Can you fix it? Yeah, but you're going to have to do this instead of what you've been doing. Okay? Oh, I got a farm here in America. You're going to have to sell the farm and come over here and get in with this and how we're doing things here. But I'm used to farming my way. I don't work too well with other people, and stay over there with your perversity. You're going to die with them. See, it's simple. I'm placing the dividing line so that you may see. Continue.
Better a meal of herbs where there is love than fatted oxen with hatred. Wow.
Yeah, you're right. See, in this context, love is the obedience and the service to the Most High, right? In this context, love is the obedient service to be being rendered by all in presence of the Most High. So you have a husband and he's providing the wife with her needs. You have a wife, she's providing the husband his needs. Everyone is talking respectfully. Everyone is reasoning and learning reasoning. Everyone is working together communally, doing their job for the building, and we are building together with a common goal in mind. This is love. Not that fuzzy, warm stuff that you're talking about that blinds your judgment because she walked past and her face was pretty and her boobs was voluptuous and her hips and her breasts were hypnotizing. That's something else. That's not love. Okay? Love, the development of the family and the children and the growth of the community, that's love. Rather than out there eating all the fatted oxens, all the burgers, beef, steaks, and everybody around you is plotting against you. They're all trying to figure out how to tear you down to get your riches from you. Continue.
The irascible man incites strife, but the patient man extinguishes a dispute.
So irascible is irritable, quick-tempered, short-tempered, easily irritated. So the irascible man incites strife. Strife, for those who don't know, is conflict, discord, friction, disputes, arguments, quarreling, disagreements. Okay? An irritable man is prone to incite arguments. But the patient man extinguishes a dispute. Does he stop two people from disputing? No, he stops himself. Well, I'll just walk it out and all right. Yeah, I mean that's how you want to see it. That's cool, I'm gonna just go and head out. He removes himself. Continue.
The ways of sluggards are thorns and prickles.
So sluggards. What is a sluggard? Because we've said it a couple of times.
Yes, sir.
Let's get the definition. An idler, a slothful person, a person who is habitually indolent, right? A person who is habitually inactive, lazy, lacking the drive for work, lacking the drive to work. So he's not even working for himself. Person who does not work. He's not working on anything. He's not doing anything. He is self-indulgent, avoids work, resistant to exertion and activity.
Self-indulgent.
Indolent.
Oof.
So the sluggard, what?
The ways of sluggards are thorns and prickles.
Thorns and prickles. Right? Prickles are thorns, spikes, quills. Okay? So they are constantly afflicting themselves because of their lack of work. Right? If you have a garden and you start growing up thorns that you trying to grow food and thorns come up and you too lazy to uproot them, you can forget about the rest of the fruit. It's going to pierce the fruit. It's going to choke out the other plant. But
the way of the upright is easy.
So now one path has thorns. It is hard to travel in. It is hard to repair. It is hard to work in due to the what? The lack of diligence. But since the upright get up early and begin working early, making their preparations, making their moves, doing what they're supposed to do to lay the foundation for the work to begin, then doing the actual work and then completing it's easy. They are in a system that brings about success. So if you are in a system and the chief thing of the system is entertainment, right? And video gaming, So either you're being entertained or you're entertaining, right? This is the way of the sluggard. This way, your way is difficult. It's laced with thorns, traps, snares, all to bring you down to death. But the way of the righteous, you're going to have to set that down. Leave your video game at home. And we're going to have to come out, and we're going to have to work, do our field, get our crops, get our flocks. We're going to accept the governing, we're going to accept the correction, and we're going to walk in it. We're going to support it, and we're going to build it. And then you see all of a sudden it becomes easy because once the seed is planted, you don't have nothing to do but make sure the water gets on it. Once your field is dressed, you can turn the water on from inside the house. Turn it on, turn it off. The field gets water, and now your work becomes easy. You have a long period of rest before the crops are even ready. You go out to check on them, to weed it from time to time, but it's a very slow work. You're waiting for the plant to be ready in its time. You're not going to pluck it early. You don't need to. You see? So it becomes easy. You fall into the natural order in the system, and the system begins to help you. Okay? Continue.
A wise son makes his father glad.
All right. So a wise son. So now he's talking about me. I'm making it personal. A wise son is going to fulfill the instructions of his father, in this case, Solomon, to me. Okay? There are instructions for many sons, right? I'm looking for Beriah now. You don't even know who Beriah is, right? But Beriah is supposed to be one of the sons that come up from Judah who was supposed to sit on my council. He's a wise man, a judge, a warrior, and a musician. Beriah, right? I'm looking for Asaph. There's a son. His name is Asaph. It may not be Asaph now, but it will be Asaph when he comes, and he's going to do the thing that Asaph has commanded for his sons to do. These are sons, and they will make their fathers proud. The father will be glad at that son's achievement. You see? Ali, he's the son of Yahuzadak. He is now walking in his father's way to make his father proud, to fulfill his father's instruction. You see? Let's see about the rest of you. Because I've told you about what I need, right? The sons who are supposed to come. I gave 2 examples. There's a bunch more. And then there's another son, and I told you about Ali. And so 2 examples of who not here, 2 examples of who is here and who is coming. Right? And now let's see about everybody else. Continue.
But a foolish son despises his mother.
So the foolish son, going all the way back up to chapter 1, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't keep his mother's law. And the mother's law was supposed to set him within certain guidelines so that when the ones who are walking in their father's footsteps appear, they would join in, keeping the law and hear and obey. So a mother's law is hear and obey the instruction of your father, and to take his path, to live in the way of Abraham, to live in the way of Isaac, to live in the way of Jacob. This is what you're supposed to do. But you despise the initial law of your mother. Well, and it doesn't even matter the excuse or anything you say after that, right? The excessive words does not mean you're not guilty. So everybody else now fits outside of the category. You get ruled out by being in the wrong location. You get ruled out by not being in the wrong location, not following proper instructions in order, not achieving the meritorious deed that are commanded to be achieved. This rule you out. Okay? There's a specific instruction. If you cannot read the instruction, you have to hear and do. Continue.
Foolishness is joy to the man who lacks intelligence.
See? So if you enjoy where you at and what you're doing, and you know you're a child of Israel, you stupid. You're stupid. You lack intelligence. Well, shoot, I got my man and my other one on the side. If I could get them together, I would. Oh, you lack all kinds of intelligence. You're stupid. This will profit you nothing. There's no long-term gain or benefit. There is no immediate gain or benefit. This is only a problem. Well, I just enjoy being out here in the countryside, and I'm just going to be out here. I'm thinking about enjoying myself in Europe. I want to go to the west coast of France. Why you want to always go everywhere except for where you're told to be? Because you're stupid. So there's no sense in talking to you. Yeah, go.
But the man of understanding walks uprightly.
The man of understanding fulfills his father's instructions in the place where they're supposed to, on the step that they are on. So right now, the whole nation is on zero trying to get to step one. Step one is buy back the land. And they buy back the land with the inheritor who have a birthright. You don't buy back the land with the inheritor, the one with the birthright to buy it back, you're finished. It's closed. Okay? You can't do it half. You can't do it no other way. You can't make a deposit and put it on layaway. We have to buy it outright. We have to pay for it in full. Okay? Give me 1 million, I'll show you. Give me 500,000, I'll show you. You send me 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, and I have to wait till I get the other portion. Right? That's only enough money to make an agreement with somebody to hold the land and not sell it to anyone but me. I can make a land hold agreement. And when I come back, I'll pay in full. It don't matter how long it takes. You cannot sell this land to anyone but me. Maybe they give me a stipulation. Well, you have 15 years to make the full purchase. Well, I still have to get up all the money to make the full purchase. You, the one, didn't give the right thing. You gave not the money for the whole of the land. Not me. We'll be back after this. All right, we're back. Okay. So the man who walks uprightly uprightly is the man of understanding. So the upright path is to be doing what your forefathers said for you to do, your business, which is shepherding the land and shepherding the field of crops. But I mean, it don't really, it don't change. Continue.
The abandoning of plans comes where there is no agreement. But where there are many counselors, a plan will stand.
So the abandoning of plan comes where there is no agreement. So let's take a look. What is Solomon talking about? Okay? This plan that I have has been counseled across thousands of years, many prophets and teachers, and they agree upon this decision, having the understanding of what was to come and how to get out of it. They have much counsel and they have high counsel. They have spoken from before the presence of the Most High in the ark. They have spoken before the Most High on the mountain. The Most High came to our forefathers for many generations, thousands of years. And now you are without that counsel. There is nothing but disagreement and broken plans. This one stab you in the back for this reason, and this one does this, because there's no agreement. What's that? You're breaking the covenant, which is the foundation of agreement for us to even work together. You can't keep the basic covenant laws outside the land. You're living in the laws of another country, and you cannot do that. It doesn't work.
Fortunately, it's this mindset that if I keep the Sabbath, I'm back in covenant. And that's not how it works. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's the misunderstanding. Yes, it is a sign, an evidence, but how are you going to be that evidence if you're not doing everything that is necessary to be in that covenant? You got to work the 6 days, and working is working your land. That's how everybody of the household get the rest. It's you working your land. That's what you need first. If you ain't got that, you can't keep the Sabbath. I know a lot of people don't want to hear that, but I think we've been in enough classes to get the point by now. Because thus far, all we've been seeing is us having land ownership. From the beginning of chapter 1 of Solomon, let's go back to the law. It has always been about having our land. When you go back to judgment from Adam, it was about keeping and upholding the land, the garden. Abraham, Noah, Seth. I mean, it goes on and on and on and on. We gotta have the land.
Yep.
My goodness.
So regardless to the dreams and the feelings and it was revealed to me and this and that, or the words of rebuke or correction, if you don't move personally, because everybody is looking for when the next person is going to do the thing so that they can try to slide in and enjoy it or join the movement once it's big, you're going to die. That's the facts.
You know, as I was reading Yasha last night, there's a one word that came up a couple of times, and that was community. It's all starts with community. When our ancestors were in Goshen, they were in a community. They were in a community farming, taking care of the land, shepherding, doing all these things. Moses, he fled. Aaron was still there. Aaron instructed the people to follow this way. They didn't want to hear Haran. They didn't want to hear him. Moses went on his journey. He always ended up in a position of leadership and a positioning of shepherding, taking care of the land. Then they came together, and when they came together, they went to the community to share what the plan was and is to do. Well, that's what Robert Sheikh, as well as Ali, has been telling you guys to do. Still didn't want to hear. So what happened? Plagues come. They were there, part of the plagues. Then they come out. Then when they go into the wilderness, the 12th month, the priests and them got inducted into their service. And what was the thing they went to build? The sanctuary. What is the sanctuary? The safe place and the place of instruction. So if you don't have these things, then you just wilding out. You just wild beast. There's nothing else.
There is no great migration for this Exodus.
No.
Let me just tell you, you can't walk back here from Texas. If you could, you're more than welcome to try. I mean, you could
walk on the water.
You could try. You could try. Try to walk back, and you're going to see very rapidly you can't walk back from here. So this is why we have the mass transportation that we have. So now you have to come back using it. But since it's also not a mass exodus, that means each individual, each man to man, must make his or her own decision. If you predicate your decision on somebody else's decision, you the fool, because the majority will always side to go to wicked. They will decide to go to wickedness. That's the majority.
Oh my goodness.
So if you don't do it, you don't do it, and you get what you got coming. Because I'm not going into the plays with you. I don't care what Moses did. That's not my instruction. My instruction is to not endure the plagues in Babylon because they are so severe that no man has the guarantee of surviving them. And so when you guys read Noah, Daniel, and Job, I think it's in Jeremiah or Ezekiel, one of those, right? Mm-hmm. So when you read about them being in a land that has been forsaken and forsaken the laws of the Most High, has become wicked with homosexuality and thievery and robbery and corruption. It says, though Noah, Daniel, and Job were in it, neither one of them could save son or daughter. Each man could only save his own soul. Now you're talking about three of the most pious men of all times. Okay? But all three of them share one thing in common. Noah followed an instruction to build the thing that was to save him, and he was delivered. So Noah knows, well, if Noah was alive today, he would hearken to me, and he would come here, and he would build the sanctuary, given all he has accordingly, without question, and he would save his own soul. Daniel, if Daniel were here, whether he had wealth or riches or anything, he would come to me and aid me and assist me, following in the instructions, knowing the time of the appointment has drawn nigh, and that the instruction to build, he would come build. Right? He would be loyal and a faithful administrator and officiant in my council. Job. Job is my brother, and he would join me and help me to build. Where? In the land. Right? Job was from Edom. So he would come and join me in this land and help me build this together. He would be a contributing member. His family and my family would be together. Saving his own soul. Being in the right place, doing the right thing, everybody supporting everybody. Noah, Daniel, and Job. So when you read it all wrong. You think it's based upon what you believe. No, it's based upon what you do. Continue.
A man has joy is the sayings of his mouth, and a word at the right moment is exceedingly good.
So a man having joy is with the sayings of his mouth. Okay? Because as a man speaks, so is he. If he speaks against coming in the land, he's an abomination to the Most High if he's of my brethren. If he speaks against coming to build the sanctuary, he's against the Most High. He's an abomination. If he's of my brethren. If he's still living in the land, he's an abomination. Outside the land, in the land of America or wherever, he's an abomination to the Most High. That's if he's of my brethren. If he's constantly trying to suffice and sustain and do these things outside of this land right now of my brethren, he's making himself an abomination unto the Most High, because the Most High is abominating the way of the wicked. So not doing these things is making their ways abominated, and the Most High is letting them have success only to destroy them with it. Because they won't turn and do that which is right. Their success is blinding them. There's a way that appears straight but leads to death. So, if he's talking against these instructions, you know he's a wicked. And if he's talking with these instructions to do them and to join in, you know he's a righteous. That's simple, right? And what?
The path of life.
No. And
a word at the right moment is exceedingly good.
So an instruction at the time that you need it to make a preparation to escape destruction is exceedingly good. So Joseph, he came and gave an instruction on how to survive the coming famine and tribulations in that time. And it was exceedingly good to him. Exceedingly. You see, it was exceedingly good to Pharaoh that Pharaoh elevated him and gave him all the power that he needed to do the job to save Pharaoh and his people. So this is about preparation. Preparing yourself to go through the coming storms and plagues that you know are coming. So my words are exceedingly good. Whether you accept them or not, it doesn't change the judgment on it.
Right. Right.
It doesn't require the scream of the crowd, the amens. I don't have any of that. My word is exceedingly good.
You know, what many fail to understand is that you have to prepare. No preparation. Try to take it by force. You will die.
You're going to die.
It's in the story.
That's it. You're not going to get this by war.
Nope. Nope.
But try it. Okay? Do it your way. Let's keep going.
The path of life goes upwards for the understanding man. Wow.
So, yes, we are starting out with just the possessions.
Yes.
As a community, everybody has invested everything into this, but it's only upwards from here. So you will have come out of your grave, right? When you get here and you get on this, the Most High calls it coming out of your tombs. So you will come out of your graves. After coming out of your graves, we will be on the land and then developing into a nation of people in it. So the path is only leading upwards. It's going to get better and better, slowly, slowly, overcoming hardships, problems, and obstacles, because all of those problems are for our benefit. And what's the purpose of this? Continue reading.
That he might turn aside from Sheol.
To get away from the grave, because they're heading straight for it. So turning around, you're walking away from death. You're hiding from it, leaving the grave where it's at. I'm getting away from the grave and the cemetery and the people who are appointed to it. If you live in a nation that is glorifying homosexuality, that whole nation is about to get erased from the earth with you in it. And you have no provision of survival because you were dependent on the wicked people to bring the food to the supermarket.
Paying them.
I'm just saying,
Crazy.
Even if all the wicked die and you no longer have to pay rent, how are you going to survive? The wicked were bringing the water to your faucet. Continue.
The house of the proud Allah destroys.
So this is the pride. Since you are proud in your wickedness, like you cannot be destroyed, or that the judgment of Allah has ended, on that the day of his plagues are not coming, it's just somebody preaching some kind of religion. Destruction's coming right now, promptly to you. The banks are collapsing promptly right now. 185 banks in America have collapsed. Your destruction is imminent. When you wait till you start to see the people dying, you're dying too. You're dying with them. Hand in hand together, arm in arm. This is the Most High destroying the proud. I'm on the way upward. I'm already out of my grave. I've surveyed the land. My brother Ali has surveyed the land with me. He was with me when we was doing, I was getting my birthright. He was with me when I received the land. He was with me. He was a faithful witness. He was with me every step of the way. Not every step, but a lot of them. And now, here we are in the coming out, and you are what? Proud to be what? An American? Now you want to be an American Indian? You want to be whatever? That place ain't going to have nobody living on it. There was nobody living on it before. Everybody migrated over there. And like the first group that migrated over there and got wiped out, the Olmecs and the Toltecs, right? This generation is going to get wiped out too, so nobody lives over there. Nobody want to talk about that part. White people didn't go over there and wipe them out. They didn't. That's a lie. I'm telling you the truth. Most High wiped them out before. He's going to wipe y'all out again. It's coming. Because you're proud to be wicked. You are shameless. That proud is actually shameless. You're proud to be wicked. Continue.
But he fixes firm the boundary of the widow.
So this is the judgment. So the women that are going to come, right? Right now, you're proud. You're secure in your wickedness. The ones that are going to come, your children are going to die. And your man, all of the men you've ever been with that are with you in captivity, they're also going to die. And then you're going to be happy to go and seek refuge anywhere. And some of you will end up here. Okay? Because they're going to send women to whatever countries, and somehow this will be one of them. I'm not responsible for the picking and how that sorts out, but that's how it's going to happen. And when you get here, you're going to come under my law, my rule anyway. You're going to be for purging anyway. Okay? That's how it is. This is what's coming. Some of you may survive with your children. You may survive with maybe your daughter or something. Because you're going to wait until you see the destruction before you make a preparation. You're going to respond to what you see. Right? And there'll be salvation from before Allah for you, because it was the men's responsibility to get up and give to the building of the sanctuary and leave. Tell you they leaving so you can make up your mind whether or not you were coming. They were supposed to lead out, meaning they were going with or without you anyway. But instead, they decided to go out and take foreign wives, being proud of their wickedness, so they're going to die. Right, passport bros? All right, we'll be back after this. All right. So the Most High is saying, and Solomon's giving the instructions, for me to prepare for the majority to be women, to fix firm their boundaries, to set their orderings, their guidelines, their standards. Prepare for them to learn the customs and the traditions. Prepare for them to walk back in the way. When they come, they will accept and they will teach the children that come from them. Okay? So you're going to fix firm their boundary of the widows. Okay? Continue.
An abomination to Allah are wicked thoughts.
Okay? So, since it is an abomination to Allah to have wicked thoughts, We're going to have to purify ourselves. Okay? And the only way to know, because there's no way for us to read anybody's minds, is we're going to judge people by their words and their deeds. Right? Because from out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. So we know that you have wickedness in your heart. But what feeds the heart? The thoughts. So you don't go here to the mouth. You go from here and you fill up your heart with what you're going to say. And then you speak from out of here. This is why wise people are not deceived by your words, because you're always trying to make sound good wickedness. You're trying to use nice words to explain wickedness. Well, you see, what happened was, she fell in love, they got together, and I'm like, this fornication. No, because they was going to get fornication. So you fornicated. That's it. The rest, no matter the extra wording on it, so you committed adultery. Well, he wasn't treating me right, and I was lonely, and you committed adultery.
Mm.
See? Her mind had already filled up her heart to make it sound good to her. So she's speaking it to make it sound good. But the mind fills the heart, and from the heart, the mouth speaks. If I want you to do evil, I have to make it sound good to you. So I use the words to make the sin that I enjoy sound good to you. This is the way it sounds good to me. It doesn't work that way though, because we know what it is. Continue.
But pleasant words are pure.
So through purifying the speech, you purify the heart. So as long as you want to be petty Betty, as long as you want to pop off and talk crazy, we know you're not working on purification of the heart. Right? When you have to think and say the things lawfully and properly with proper order and proper lawful context, then it purifies the heart, because you have to, like, now empty the heart out of what you feel and fill it up with the laws and these sayings to say them, and you have to see things this way. And a master of this knowledge and wisdom, we can hear even the slightest deviation. No, no, it's not like that. It's like this. You ask my sister, because I correct her. No, it's not like that at all. It's over here. Then I go to the book. Check. Let's check. I could be wrong. Check it, and I'm correct. The 7 years. For 7 years, I've changed my speech to modify it to match the sayings. So I talk like this. My teacher talks like this. This is not broken English. This is the English that is modified so that you can straighten it out to give understanding to walk in the law, even if you speak this language. Continue.
He who accumulates wealth destroys his household.
Okay. So this is in the continuation of this saying. Whoever is accumulating wealth in this time, You've accumulated it unlawfully. Not losing the context, we're talking about the coming out, the widows who were coming, and how to purify their mouths. If you have accumulated great wealth, sell it, don't give it away, sell it and put it now into the earth to restore and repent from the sins of the sinful forefathers who lost it. If you don't, you will be destroyed because you will hold on to the wealth in the place of sin and get destroyed with it. Continue.
But he who hates an undeserved gift will live.
So all the wealth that you have ascertained in the world where you are now was a gift from Allah from this moment. Now liquidate it, get rid of it, come back and put it back into the land, back into buying the seeds that's necessary to sow, back into buying the cattle that need to be raised, back into buying the clothes you're going to need to walk in the customs and the traditions. Put it back in this land to return, helping your brothers and sisters to get redeemed. Help them who are coming with you in the journeying back. If you don't, you're going to be destroyed because you didn't see that you have received this in the wrong manner and way. It is an undeserved gift. This is why all the celebrities and all the wealthy people of my brethren, they will die because they will hold on to the ill-gotten gain and they have not used it for the repentance and for the building of the kingdom. They are guilty of the sin of ill-gotten gain. They didn't take it and then repent and put it into the land like they were supposed to with the rest of the idols, right? What are idols? You have to get rid of them. You have to bury them in the land. Only the land can purify the idol, right? If I find a nugget of gold, it could have been an idol from a previous generation, but since they burnt it all up and melted it all down, it now just turns into a glob of gold. I can take that, reshape it, reform it, and it is not unlawful to me.
Right, because it was buried in the land.
It was buried in the land. It was buried in the earth. Only the earth can purify an idol. But you got ill-gotten gain. That's an idol. We have to now put it back in the land. But you don't believe me. So you want to hold it until you see the bombs and missiles coming. I showed my sister what the footage looked like when you under war and you trying to survive and you got nowhere to go.
Yeah.
I showed her what it looked like.
Yes, you did. Let me ask you.
Yes.
This verse here, reading it, takes me back to the law when Israel was coming out and Allah instructed them to go to the Egyptians
To spoil them.
to spoil them.
You have gotten all this wealth.
So they can come out. It wasn't for them themselves. It's for them to come out to have the provision for the preparation of what was to come. So that's what this verse
is saying again.
is saying.
So you got wealthy in trucking. You got wealthy in shipping. You got wealthy, however you got your money, you got it. Okay? Now it's time to change, to come in, to walk in righteousness. You have to put that in the earth. Okay? And you have to change your understanding. You have to walk in new loyalties, new laws, new understanding. You're going to have to convert to this, thereby living, preserving your life. Not that you're going to lose or not become a businessman, But who you are in the community and how you begin to function will change. You can still conduct business, but the manner is a little different, and you want it to benefit what we're building, right? You're not going to get the ill-gotten gain, right?
So when Allah spoke to Ibrahim and told him about coming out with the great wealth, it wasn't a great wealth for themselves. It was a great wealth
For the
for
building,
the preparation of the building.
for the preparation of the building.
Wow. Hmm. The heart of the righteous man meditates in faithfulness.
So the heart of the righteous man meditates in faithfulness, meaning the heart of this righteous man wants to fulfill this action of this deed during this time. He wants the redemption. He wants, if it takes 14 years, I'll be faithful, I'll do it 14. If the Most High says it takes 40 years to purge from certain sins and then multiple jubilees to pass by to purge from all sins, I will take the time that it takes. I don't care if it's 1,000, 2,000, 10,000. I'm committed. Extend my days day to day so that I may fulfill the requirement you have asked of me. Don't cut me off. I want to see what the end will be. I take the journey no matter the time. And I will delight, enjoy going through it. The ups, the downs, the highs, the lows, I will take the adventure. Continue.
Okay. Okay. But the mouth of the wicked man pours forth wickedness.
So again, this is back to why the Most High is dealing with the men part of this journey. So the righteous man is meditating on coming, giving, building, doing this work. We got to follow what the brother said. The brother is right. He's the leader. It is what it is. Righteous man. This is what he wants to do. He meditates in faithfulness. I'm with you. You have the law, you have the understanding, I'm with you. We're going to walk in this together. I'm bringing this, this, and this. I'm giving this and this, and I'll be here on this day. That's a righteous man. The same way you signed up for the Army, right? Or the Air Force, or the Navy, or the Marines. Because when I signed up, I was committed to what I was signing for and what I was going to receive. Here you go. Here's a check. Yeah, cause they call it giving Uncle Sam a blank check for that ass. You gave him a blank check for your life, for your service, and in exchange you receive sufficiency. I'm asking you to do the same thing, and you don't want to do it? You did it for Uncle Sam, and he's not even your people. And I'm guilty because I did it too. So now that same faithfulness I would have given him, I now will give the Most High 7 times. 7 times what I would have given that. So we taking a look at it, and that's what a righteous man does. But the wicked man does what? Since he meditates, it fills his heart with wickedness, and that's what comes out of their mouth. Is exactly what I said. You talk against what I'm talking about, not understanding the full understanding. You haven't gone through the proper process and channels, so how could you? So you don't want to accept it. So you'll do only one thing. You're going to speak good about the things that the Most High says are evil, and he's going to put abomination on your path, and abomination always leads to one thing: death.
And what most may not understand, possessing the land is just one step. There is still more work.
Right. Ain't no sense talking about,
done.
there's no sense in talking about step 3,000.
Right.
Right? The 3,000th step. There's no sense talking about that. We got step one in front of us. Let us accomplish it. I want to serve in the temple. You know how far away the temple is? The people have to build the temple after the people have been confirmed and have been established and are dwelling in the land with confidence. With confidence. And then it's a 7-year process to build it. And that's the building. There's a 4-year process of refinement of study to prepare for it. It's 11 years.
No instantaneously, no microwavable.
It's 11 years to build it. And it's dedicated. You're talking about, you still have to stop for feast days. You still have to stop for Shabbats and new moons. You have to have all of that other stuff together before you can lay your hands to build it. The gathering of materials, you know what kind of wealth it takes? The precious jewels and the gold and the cedars. You have to grow the wood to even build it. You have to grow it. And it has to come from the people. So the people have to have everything that they may give to the building of the tabernacle. And everybody's hands must be pure at that time.
You remember yesterday when you showed me the demonstration about leading. And then this morning you showed me another way of leading with the soldiers. You know what stuck out with that demonstration this morning? The one who was leading was standing, and the one who was to follow the instruction was bowing in position.
He's in submission.
Yeah. I now know with understanding submission. And that's pretty much what you're speaking to all of us to do.
Right. You have yet to submit yourselves to the Most High. You have yet to submit. You have not done it. The proof is in the non-completion of the work assignments. The land is not bought back. We just don't want to buy land with you. Well, I'm the one with the birthright. Now you're just disobedient to what the Most High has said. So we're talking about this, and you see the wicked man's mouth only spews wickedness. If the Most High says, this is my anointed, this is my appointed, I have given everything to him, go with him. Speaking against that automatically puts you with the wicked.
That's the ones who go the road around Gilgal.
You're going to end up going around Gilgal. We're forbidden from entering Gilgal. Forbidden. I'm not taking that road. I don't have to. I was commanded not to. I'm going to skip the circling in the wilderness for 40 years. The wicked take that way alone. So if you go to Africa or you go some other country, when the war break out, when you get deported somewhere, and I use the word deported, but it's not deported. When you take refuge somewhere else because of your disobedience and you think about all the stuff you lost that you could have sold and you could have came out early, and you have the gnashing of teeth, you lost your family members, you lost your family, you are alone. When this comes upon you, And it will. When this comes upon you, then you'll know. Then you'll understand. And you'll see. I listened to wicked people and they spoke from the wickedness of their mouth. And then when you do get here, then you'll go all of a sudden and you'll say, oh my goodness, it's that dude from YouTube and I thought he was so crazy. I thought he was so off. And then he prepared and everything is nice. The food is delicious. And okay, I still got to work for 7 years because I don't have nothing. But everybody here is happy. We working together. I thought because you meditated wickedness and filled your heart with it and spoke wrongly. We'll be back after this. Continue.
Allah is far from the wicked.
Okay, so let me explain this to you. The Most High is not hearing none of your prayers. I'm only talking to my people. Okay? I'm talking to my people. The rest of you, continue doing as you're doing. I have no words for you. I'm not talking to you. I'm only talking to my people of my race, of my genealogy, from the house of the blood sons, the descendants of Jacob. The Most High hears nothing you have to say. He is far from you.
Mm-hmm.
You are talking to inspectors of serpents and malignant spirits. That's the only thing you're talking to. And the proof is you have no redemption or cure for your situation. Your desire is to try to hedge. You want to hedge on the covenant to say, well, if the Most High don't bring us out, then he has broken the covenant. So if we continue to do wicked till the last man, he has to change us this way by my wicked reasoning. You never counted on someone getting up and changing on their own and taking the steps that the Most High laid out, thereby keeping the covenant, receiving the favor, the blessing, and the power of the Most High to do the work. Mm-hmm. And then honoring the covenant to wipe you out. You never counted on that. Which means you didn't understand the terms of the contract covenant. So the Most High is far from you. It doesn't matter how you feel or what emotions you can drum up. It doesn't matter if your ears ring or you get chills or hot flashes or cold sweats. It doesn't matter. He's far from you. All of you, you're going to die out there with the heathen nations. Right? The Most High is actually really just coming to get you. But since you're out here and you're all doing the same thing, they take all of you together. He's no respecter of persons. And when the nations figure that out, because they're going to figure it out.
Yeah, they are.
They're smarter than you. Because when they see their kings dying and their leaders falling off, and when they see the nation coming into utter collapse and they're unable to sustain and they're unable to recover, they very quickly will figure it out. They got their reasoning caps on.
Yeah, collateral damage.
When they see that this is going far beyond
Yep.
what was planned, and all their plans have come to nothing, they know they're going to go back and check and say, where is he? Who? The anointed one of the Most High, for we have been brought to nothing. He's over there. Get these people
Over there.
and bring them over there by force before we all die. It's the same thing Pharaoh said.
Yep.
Get these people and get them out of the country before their God kill us all. So you're going to see it, and you out there with them, and you think you're going to be saved because I believe and I'm keeping the laws. No, you're not. If you're not in the land, you're not keeping the law. Period. Okay? If you're in the land and you're not with me to inherit the land, to buy it back, you're not keeping the law. Period. Anybody go any other way, they're on the way that seems right, but it will lead to death. Period.
But he hears the prayer of the righteous.
So he hears those who are walking in the order, in the instructions, and does things in the process that is laid out and referenced here that I'm unfolding to you, thus proving I am who I say I am. Period. Period. Right? It's addressed to me, and I'm unfolding the lawful instructions, and it sounds like I'm reading the law of Moses from the sayings and the advisement of my father, the hidden prophecies, the context, what's happening in this time that I'm supposed to deal with that my father is telling me. Period. I'm sitting in the seat. I'm standing at the door holding vigil. His body is not here. I am holding the vigil, the memory of him. By keeping this, I now am obtained and his wisdom, his understanding. You're not going to do it. Because if you were going to do it, surely you would have raced to it to get it before me. So those who work with me and work in the process, the Most High will hear your prayers, your righteous prayers, because you have to learn the righteous prayers and how to pray. What's the righteous prayers and how to pray? Yeah, you have to pray truthful prayers. Don't come here and pray what you want. You have to pray in line with the instructions. There's a written prayer that you have to pray. According to that, we pray. The rest of the time, we just bless the Most High. We're not asking for random stuff on the whim of the day. We're just blessing him. Period. When we have something to pray for, we pray that. It's told us what to say. It's told us what to pray. We pray that at that time. Any other time, we just bless them. Period. That's the prayer of the righteous, but you don't know that yet. You have yet to come and learn.
The light of the eyes gladdens the heart. A good report fattens the bones.
So the light of the eyes gladdens the heart. So what is the light of the eyes? Okay? Those who accept this teaching, those who accept this law and come and build and do, it will gladden your heart. For this law and this instruction is a light to your feet. It is the lamp that guides the path to go. I am holding the lamp. You have to hold on, every man and woman and child, in order upon the next one's shoulder. Should anyone turn to the right or the left and we lose them in judgment, let them die. They go off their way. We close rank and we proceed on the shoulder. My sister knows what I'm talking about.
Yes, sir. And that was in both examples.
You see? So, and a good report fattens the bones. So these instructions will bring fatness to your bones. When you get rid of an ill-gotten gift, a wrongly gotten gift, and you bring it and put it into the land, we buy back the land. That's what that is. And we do the things we're supposed to do, getting the sheep, getting the cows, getting the camels. And we buy them in great abundance, and we breed them up and do business, and we make what we're supposed to make. You will receive the fatness. You, right? We all do. We all get enlarged together. When it is divided and meted out, everyone will have all sufficiency. Everyone will be satisfied with what they get, it being more than what they wanted. This is the good news, the good report.
Ready? The ear which hears life-giving chastisement will lodge among the wise.
So the people who hear will relocate to be with me. I'm the wise son who obeyed the instructions and received the appointment. So you have to live with me. We have to do this together. We have to formulate the one pocket. We have to formulate all of these techniques for organizing and gathering people, because when you spread out from me, right, and you go to your own houses, you will need these same applications to continue growing your cities, your houses, the house of your fathers. The nation of Judah and all of its land and its environs. It's a very large portion of land. It is the nation of Judah, the house of Judah. Then it has its chiefs and its organization. It is run the exact same as mine, though I rule over it.
Right.
It's set up so that its issues do not have to come all the way up to my desk. They can judge the smaller matters from there. and I can deal with the greater matters.
Mm.
You see? And that goes for all the tribes. The house of Assur, it have its
Mm.
land. It's its own nation and kingdom. So those who hear will move to gain the understanding and then function in it until it's fully done. So once you help me build my house, I help you build your house. And more people come to help with your house so that my house isn't abandoned. And now you have your house, and then we build another house. And it continues until all the houses are built.
Mm. Mm.
There is a son of Manasseh who must rebuild the house of Samson. There is another for the house of Gideon.
Mm.
Continue.
The one who rejects correction despises himself.
So if you reject what I'm saying, you hate yourself. And that's fine. And I stay away from you. If you hate yourself, surely you hate me too.
Mm.
You can't hate yourself and love me. Continue.
But he who listens to life giving chastisement will possess wisdom.
So the person who listens, who hears and does, will gain life-giving wisdom. They will learn the what and the how to do, and they will have done it. They will have completed it so that they can walk in it. They gained the loyalty, the faithfulness, the prudence, and everything else.
Mm. Okay, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. Excuse me. The fear of Allah is wise correction.
So the fear of Allah is only wise correction. It is always correcting you. You are always wrong. Okay?
Mm. And let him who is honored be meek.
Meekness, right? It's not this. You got to be very meek and humble. Nah. Meekness is patient and humility, to be gentle. Okay? I'm not going out to fight in the war. It says buy land and give up the money. I give up the money. We give the land. We start. How long is it going to take? It takes forever, so we just working on it. Patience. I'm not expecting the result tomorrow, next week, a month from now, a year from now. I expect the results to come whenever they come. I just continue my work. That is meekness, easily imposed upon. Okay? Submissive. What? Solomon said, do it this way. This brother broke it down. I heard what he said. He's right. We have to abandon these other peoples. We have to abandon these other nations. We have the power to leave. I'm getting myself together to go. Every man got to make his own decision. I'm leaving. I don't care who go, who don't go. I'm out. But you gonna leave us all here to die and you just gonna abandon us? Man, F you. See, that's how you really feel. When it was told to us to leave, you don't want to leave. Now you want to sit here for what? Why we gotta die here? Like the airport stopped working. We got tickets to go to Cancun and lay up with hoes. We don't got money to go and build our own nation? You tripping. Forget that trip. Forget them hoes. Forget all of this.
Mhm.
So the person who is honored is meek. He hears the instructions, he submits to it, and abandons, makes desolate for himself the path of the righteous. He leaves them to do what they're gonna do. Show your parties, do this, do this. I'll get off social media and I'll just go into this and I will patiently build here because I can see and hear the instruction of the Most High coming from this man. He is right. And I'm submitting to the instructions from what I'm reading. I'm doing it myself. I'm not absent from you. I'm not asking you to do something that I'm not doing. I've put all of everything that I've had into this. And I'll continue to put all of everything that I have into it until I achieve it, if I have to achieve it alone. I refuse to be outside of my father's house and outside of his instruction. I refuse for me. So if I read it, I set it in order on when it's supposed to be done or when's the deadline of achievement, and I continue walking that way. That's meekness. That's how I've become honored. That's how I became Sheikh. All right, let's see where we at on time. We'll be back right after this. All right, so let's discuss meekness, right? I want to tell you all about probably one of the meekest brothers I know, Ali, because everybody have a question about the high priesthood, right? It's one of the most honored positions a person can have, right? So what happens is when we first wanted to go for reparations after winning the court case in the UN in the early part of 2016, the end of 2015. And we were going to the UN at the World Summit when they were meeting in New York at the UN headquarters. I was present, and that's where I met Brother Ali. Me and him were inseparable from day one. I did what I always do. I provide housing, food, internet. It's basic. But the brothers didn't have a provision, so I provided for them based upon their what they had. Okay, just taking what they have and give them something. I had 2 apartments, so I gave them 1 apartment. Gave them the keys, gave them and everything. Brother Ali drove me home. Brother Ali would get up in the morning. He was the only one who had a car at the time. He had a blue Charger. And he would come get me, and then we go get the brothers and we take them to their destination. Fast forward Me and Ali reading, we getting together every day just to read the law. And I asked him, I said, everybody is trying to figure the law out. But I don't think that the Most High's instructions require figuring out. He doesn't have to hide them from anybody. If they were to utterly destroy the books, then he would just take somebody and reiterate the law again in its pure form. And our enemies know this, so they don't utterly destroy it. There is always an open, pure form of the law in reserve somewhere. I said maybe we should just be taking the instructions literally to walk it out and see how it works. So I asked him if he would, and he did. So when they wanted to keep hollering reparations, I mean, I did all I could for the movement, but I said that the Most High is not going to. He's not going to give them this. They're not going to repay. They're going to receive the punishment. They're going to say no. So I left for the land in August 2016, right? My journey began August 2015. I've now completed my first year and I'm beginning my second. My second year, I go into the land. Then in the land, I learned the calendar, the movement of the sun and the moon, the movement of the stars. Well, I kind of knew part of it, but I didn't know the whole story. Okay. And I've looked for information. I made an investigation. And the person that would line up with what the law states would be my teacher, get my teacher, right? I finished that year and I finished another year in the land. And then Ali came out and he kept his word. When I come out, I'm coming to you and we'll continue our walking of the law because I see now that the Most High is with you. You were able to live in the land. And he had to relearn. And he walked it out. He walked it out with me in the land for another 4 years of training. I was sitting on the throne already when he got there. And then he seen how all the nations were coming. My brother and the leaders, heads of state, different people were coming to me at different times. And everything I would lay out before them, all my documentation would come back certified, true. This, true. This is correct. And so I'm following the footsteps of my father, and he's living, right? So Ali is not the first Levite to come out. I have worked with 3 sons of Zadok. 3. Ali is the third. The first one, the first son of Zadok is a brother named Sirach. If you look at my videos, he has a red and purple garment, right? And we read the law and we went through it when he was in the land. But he did something that was wrong in the eyesight of the law. And he went back to captivity and then he wasn't able to get back. He made a wrong choice. The second was Pinhas, another brother. He came out just a couple of months before Ali. But the moment Ali came out, them two were locked in together and they learned together and they walked together and they saw together. Right? And then the Most High tested Pinhas if he would be loyal and faithful to the instruction, right? There was a trial, and he became unfaithful. He decided to go after ill-gotten gifts, money and wealth, and then make false accusations. And the Most High turned against him and drove him out of the land. And now, after losing Nadab and Abihu, we have Ali, who proved faithful. He remained, and thus was honored because of his meekness. He submitted to the instructions. He submitted to the word that he gave. He kept his integrity and has been elevated to the high priesthood in the place of his brothers, even though they arrived before him. Right? Now, I met him first, but he arrived at the appointed place for training after. He had every opportunity to come first, but he left when he left, and that was when he could, from his report. So I'm not judging about when he left. He left at the time that was right for him. But it was perfect because he got a chance to see the grooming and the training of the priesthood, right? And participate and learn and get it for himself. And then when you see one fail and how the Most High turn against him, drive him out and lead him utterly astray and make him an object of scorn and derision, Ali comes to the surface now in fear, seeing the destruction of the Most High upon one who was close to him.
Mm.
But he was always meek. He was always easy to do things under the lawful instruction. He was commended for his meritorious acts a number of times in the land. So some people don't understand. Let him who is honored be meek. So you have to look for meekness before you honor the person. Some people fake it, but you're not going to make it if you fake it. It has to be genuine. All right. Chapter 16.
Chapter 16. From man is the planning of the heart, but from Yah the speech of the ways and order.
Okay. So mine reads a little different.
Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. From man is the planning of the heart, but from Yah the speech of the tongue.
So this is the saying. From man is the planning of the heart, but from Yah is the speech of the tongue. Now, remembering, keeping the context, the Most High is telling you how to talk using these sayings. You're being commanded now to use them. The only way you're going to do it is through obedience and planning, thinking on them, to plan your heart to say these things, right? You're going to have to practice it in the house and use it on your kids and on your wife, use it on your Facebook and your YouTube in judging matters. So you have to fill your heart. You have to plan it, right? You have to plan to say it. You have to plan to use it. But from Yah comes the speech. He's telling you what to say and how to say it. Now, there's also Solomon's definition of the same process. Let's look at verse 2.
All the ways of a man are clean in his own eyes.
Okay, so everyone thinks what they are doing is correct. Okay? The man who goes out and sleeps with prostitutes believes this is correct. The homosexual believes his ways are correct. They are clean in his eyes. Now, you have to admit this to be true. What's wrong with what I'm doing? We all doing it, and the Most High is not killing us yet. Okay? But you have the written commands and the orders set before you of warning that this is the day of wrath, the judgment is coming. And let's see what the Most High says. Continue reading. Watch this.
But Allah sets his ways in order.
So Allah sets his ways in order. Okay? Now, I want you to understand this because this second part of the phrase, he sets both ways in order. So he sets the way of the righteous who doesn't do the wicked and the abominable things and only obeys the things which are commanded to be done. And he also sets the path, the ways of the wicked, that they lead to death at their appointed times. It is guaranteed. He set the paths. I set before you life and death, the pathway that leads to life and the pathway that leads to death. Choose life. The wicked gets on his path and he's like, this is the way to live. I'm enjoying my life unto death. And the righteous says, this is the way to live. And I'm enjoying my life in the commands of Yah. You see? Both of them think the ways are clean. Continue.
Reveal to Allah your works, and your plans will be set firm.
So reveal to Allah your works, what you are doing. And your plans will be set in that way. Unto life and unto death. What are you doing? I am participating in homosexuality. Okay, this is true. I see you participating in it. You're confirmed for death. You will dwell in places where homosexuality is welcomed, and when I destroy them and that, you will die along with them. Go and continue in your way. See that?
Yes, sir.
I reveal to Allah my works. What are you doing? I have walked in the counsel given by Solomon, written in Proverbs, and in the instructions of the prophet Moses. And I have accepted the customs and traditions from Abraham, and I have returned to my land, my customs, and my traditions, and I wish to walk in this way to repent and rebuy and rebuild the land as you have commanded. This path is the path of righteousness. It leads to life. Your pathway is confirmed. You get life. So it doesn't matter what you reveal. The outcomes is what gets confirmed. You picked the path, you walked on it. You're gonna get. It doesn't matter what it is. Death, life. There's only one path that leads to life. However, there's a bajillion paths that lead to death. And the path of life, even though it has one path, all the paths of death are attached to it as exit ramps, and you can get off at any time. But once you're on the pathway of death, there's one opportunity, one chance for you to get off it and come to life. And that's when the Most High's anointed is on the path of life to lead you in it. Continue.
All the works of Allah are for those who obey him.
See, I just said that. All the stuff that Allah has promised that will be completed and enjoyed and done for the righteous are for those who follow and obey the instructions to build that stuff, to make that stuff, to pay for that stuff.
Okay, I'm coming, sir. But the wicked man is destined for the evil day.
For the evil day, for the day of death. I'm telling you it's coming. It's promised, it's guaranteed. As a matter of fact, you're going to see it soon. And I'm not talking about that soon like the Mr. Sticks is coming. You're going to see it pop out in the next 6 months. Okay? They have multiple days of evil prepared for you, and you're going to receive them all. See? So I told you the righteous path. This is one, and you have to get in it. You have to be in the line, and it's one at a time. And the moment you get sick of where you fall in the line, you can get off and go back to the path of evil and accept the day of evil, the evil day that's coming.
An abomination to Allah is everyone who is haughty of spirit.
An abomination to Allah is everyone with a false sense of entitlement or a sense of entitlement, period. Everyone. You want to get the kingdom, but you didn't want to do no work. You don't want to come and buy the land. You don't want to pay for the stone, make the bricks. You don't want to do nothing. You're an abomination. It's you. The Most High gonna save us. You didn't want to get on a plane? You didn't want to buy a ticket and fly over and start the grassroots works? You're an abomination. Oh, they don't like me today. You didn't want to give up your money. You're an abomination. I'm entitled to this money. I'm not entitled to do this for my salvation, to get out of my captivity. Abomination. You see that? That's what I'm talking about. Abomination. It doesn't even matter. He ain't doing this, you're an abomination. I don't care who you are or what you've done. You're nothing. You're nobody. You're destined for death and the grave, and nobody will remember you. Nobody's going to remember how many records you sold in captivity. Nobody. Nobody's going to remember how much money you made in captivity. Nobody. When the nation gets destroyed. Okay, who was the greatest singer of all time to the Aztecs, to the Mayans? You don't know. Who was the most wisest Toltec and Olmec from the ancient civilizations? You don't know. What happened? When they got wiped out, it didn't matter. They was erased. Who was the richest man in Sodom and Gomorrah? You don't know. It was obliterated with those cities. So the same thing comes to you. It's the same exact thing. There's nothing different about it.
Who was the one that refused to redeem?
Right. You're going to get erased. Well, look at the next one.
From evil, he will not be cleansed.
Period.
Oh my goodness.
There's no cleansing for him. He can't enter in on day one for the lawful cleansing process. Okay? I'm on day 8. If you come in, right, the Most High doesn't see you getting ready. He sees me ready. And that you're in position and we begin to work and you get credit. You get credited for the 7-year process you didn't take. It's as if you took it, but you're still walking it out. So now you're just proving your loyalty, having received the benefit of a work you didn't do. Moses took 7 years on Mount Sinai to learn the law, 2 years in Egypt. When he brought the children, 2 years in the coming out of Egypt. When he brought the children of Israel out, it was credit to them as if they had studied the law for 7 years and they entered into the covenant on Mount Sinai immediately, 3 months after coming out. It's accredited to you, but you have not done the work. Which is why every time something came up, they got killed and didn't affect Moses. Moses had done the groundwork and they were supposed to listen to him. They were supposed to obey him. As a matter of fact, when they were on Mount Sinai, they told the Most High, we don't want to talk to you. Talk to Moses. Give him all of that smoke. We don't need none of that. We'll just listen to him. And the Most High said they have spoken correctly. So now that I'm speaking to you from the same seat, from the same place, to do the same task, with the same law and the same understanding, you want to say what? This is why you can't be cleansed. Now you have to prove it by following the instructions. Then I can bring you into the bonds of the covenant. It's not even that difficult. I can bring you into the bond of the covenant, but you're going to have to put up with some obedience and continue to walk and prove your loyalty because you're going to receive honorary cleansed. You have to complete your time, right? But you get you get the uniform, you get everything, but you're still walking out the process. You'll have to continue your conversion dressed and ready for service as if you have completed the training. We'll be back right after this. All right, we back. Here we go. All right, where'd I leave off?
Just completed from
From the evil, he will not be cleansed. He ain't coming in. You're not going to enjoy nothing over here. You're not going to appreciate it. The only thing you're going to be doing is meditating on evil and all the things you can't enjoy from your previous life of where you was living over on Sin Mountain, and that's it. Because we don't have no religion here. This is the law. There's no religion here. Religion is for talking to idols.
Through goodness and truth, sin is expedited.
Expiated.
Expiated
Okay. So through good deeds, right? Doing what is asked of you from the law, from the instructions, from the appointed leadership, right? All these things in a line, they all saying the same thing, right? And truth, the words of Solomon, sin is expiated. The word expiated is what? Okay? I put the definition of the word expiated instead of putting the actual thing.
to make amends or reparation for, atone for.
So in following the instructions with the son of Solomon, who is obeying these instructions, who is doing it this specific way, you make atonement for yourself. You're getting the reparations to get the land.
Whew. The seeking the wrong reparations.
You making amends. See? Sin got us into captivity. So everybody's trying to pray their way out. Don't work. You need good deeds. You need righteous acts. And you need righteous leadership to tell you the truthful things to do that deliver you out. So why when I say these things, you're not beating down my door and outpouring the money so that we could do it expeditiously, quickly, with great abundance? I know. It's because in truth, you cannot be cleansed. You love your sin. You love your wickedness. It is good to you. So I accept. I walk away from you. Continue.
And the fear of Allah turns one from evil.
The fear of Allah turns one from evil. What? It turns you only. Don't look for the people around you. It's going to turn you. And then it joins you to the others who have made the same turn as you. Right? So if you join a religion, you become part of that group, and now you're still in sin, but you're part of that sinful group. All right. If you want to be expiated for this, team expiation, team reparations over here. You didn't join this group yet. That's why you still over there praying to get out of it.
Mhm.
Continue.
When Allah delights in a man's way, then even his enemies he sets at peace with him.
It's so easy. You can see it yourself.
Yeah.
You over there with Esau. So what? I don't have a problem with him. He's at peace with me. But you over there and you with the Arabs. So what? We are brothers. We are at peace. The problem was that the fathers and those who act like them alienated themselves from this instruction and it made enemies of brothers. So now that I'm in the way and I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing and I'm keeping the laws, the customs, and the traditions, it has expiated, made amends for from with me and my brothers from whom we were at odds, at discourse with.
But you know what's, oh goodness. There is no command not to have alliance with our brothers, the Arabs.
Yes, you have to know that because you have to make an alliance with them.
But there is a command not to have alliance with the sons of Ham, with the children of Ham. That is commanded. So, yeah, I really learned that last night. There is a difference. And that goes back to our father, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Do what you want.
Wow. Okay. When Allah delights in a man's way,
We read that one already. We had number
Okay.
8.
better a little while
No, better a little with righteousness.
than an abundance of income not acquired justly.
Right. So better the humble life, farming. You got a little bit, but we got what we need. And this is better than an abundance of wealth that you've gotten wrongfully, unjustly. You did it legally. Maybe you did it illegally, but it doesn't matter. It wasn't lawful. Go ahead. So you do this and you say what? Well, I'd rather take the righteousness. That's me. Get my little house, gather up my little people. We little. We got our little farm. We got our little supermarket. We little. Yep. But I'm doing everything according to this law, and we're going to build according to it. Gather our little guests and the others that come and grow one step at a time, one day at a time.
Now, you just spoke this the other day. This very thing you just spoke the other day. The heart of man ponders his way.
So a man is going to make his decision about the direction and the path he's going to go. And the decision that is appealing and appeasing to him, he's going to speak about it. After he has spoken, leave him with that decision. And let him go in it and receive the end of it. You're not going to save him. If he come with you even for a little while, he will look back on the pondering of his heart and the decision he didn't take, and it will look even better to him than when any amount of trouble come on this way. The slightest stumbling block, he's running back to his original idea.
But Allah directs his steps.
So the steps of a wicked man, Allah will continue to direct him in a wicked way unto death, to ensure that he receive it at the appointed time. And the man of righteousness, the Most High, appoints his way unto righteousness, and he will receive all the promised things at the appointed time. It's a one-step process. If you don't have any steps and you're just praying for something to change, you're with the wicked. Just want you to know. If you're waiting for somebody to crack the sky, you're with the idol worshipers. If you still believe any lies of deception, you're with the wicked. They have deceived you. And in your deception, you just believe it to be true. Continue.
Divination is on the lips of the king and in judgment his mouth does not deceive.
So there is power in the lips of a king. The Most High has put it there. What his judgment is over his people, it will be, and the Most High will enforce it. You ready? You heard me? So upon my lips, there is a seal, right? You cannot see it. It is not something I draw on or anything. It comes with the title and the position. And it gives me the right through my judgment, my words, to impose a judgment upon my people. And since my lips are sealed now with this divination from Solomon, I have received a Solomon's seal upon my lips, the seal of Solomon, right? So I have the seal of Solomon. I'm sitting vigil at his threshold, right? And keeping guard at his doorpost, right? Does anybody know the law about the servant who says, I love my master and I love my wife and I will not leave him? You bring him to the doorpost and you pierce his ear with an awl, and he will serve you until the Jubilee. Right? So I am the servant of Solomon, the spirit of wisdom. And upon obeying these instructions are my lips sealed by divination, the seal of Solomon. I'm the king. And in judgment, the judgment of and over my people, what I'm telling you will happen, my lips do not deceive, because it is from Solomon and it is passed down to this point. So when I tell you, you're going to see mass deaths, mass starvation, unless you come in and obey my instruction to succeed and rebuild the kingdom, my lips are not deceiving you. When I tell you all the other leaders are going to die, and in joining with them, you have sealed your fate for the evil day and for the appointed deaths that they are to receive, my lips do not deceive. So even if you didn't see it coming, you're going to see it coming now that I have spoken it to you.
Just scales and balances are from Allah, and all his works are scales of truth.
So let's take a look at this. I'm going to get this word just. Okay, we're going to see what this word means.
Honorable and fair in one's dealings and actions.
Okay, so a balanced, honorable scale gives you the exact weight of what you put on it. That's good. Continue. Consistent. It will consistently give you the accurate weight. It don't weigh one way one time and then change the weight the next time you put the same weight on it.
Properly due or merited.
So properly due or merited.
Law valid within the law.
So it is lawful to have exactly these types of weights and measurements.
Suitable or proper in nature.
It is suitable and fitting to use weights and measures for your business dealings.
Based on fact or sound reason,
It
well
is,
founded.
if you use this, it is sound, it is the proof of sound reasoning. It is proven, it will prove itself. That's how it's proven. It will prove itself. Continue.
Precisely, exactly.
So a precise measurement it must give you for just scales, just weights and measures.
Only a moment ago.
So when you put the weight on it in that moment, it will give you the true weight.
Mm, by a narrow margin.
So a just weight, it can be, it will tell you, and sometimes it will be off by just a little bit.
Barely.
Barely. Okay. So if somebody orders 1 kilo, sometimes they're going to get 1.05. And there may be some more numbers behind it.
Right.
But it's not detrimental. They ordered a kilo, they got a kilo. The 0.05, the 0.02, let it be well with them. You only charge them for the kilo.
At a little distance.
It's not far away or far off idea to just use weights and measures.
At a little distance, merely, only.
We only use weights and measures, and that's for our business dealings. So if I remove the money from the congregation, then you can pay with apples. If you have apples, you can buy everything with the value of those apples. If you have oranges, you can buy everything with oranges. Just weights and measures only.
An abomination.
Now that's from Allah. And if you don't want to do it that way, then go in your path and die with it.
An abomination to kings are those who do evil. Because with righteousness is a throne established.
So I didn't get here by vote. I didn't get here by election. I got here by taking all the righteousness steps. 8 years of righteousness deeds. People who didn't understand did accuse me of wickedness. They did.
Yeah.
The people that wouldn't accept the judgment from me, they did slander and try to defame my name. And the judgment turned against them. I'm not there. I'm not present. You still get put out the city? Surely your righteousness would have saved you. What made your brethren and your people turn against you? You.
No one wants to look in the mirror.
I know. I spent a lot of time there, especially
Yes, sir.
grooming myself. Okay? So with righteousness is a throne established. So now I have acquired the throne. I am established in it by continuing the righteous deeds. I cannot be removed in from the seat while sitting in it. An abomination to kings are those who do evil. You're right. The smallest evil deed is an abomination because it is a detriment to the city. It's a detriment to the people of whom I was given the command to make fruitful and multiply. Continue.
Mm. Righteous lips are the delight of a king.
So I absolutely miss the conversations with my teacher because we would talk in these sayings.
Yeah.
The righteous lips. Oh, I love them. Somebody come and they speak righteous things and they say the good things and they do in righteousness. These people, I support them. I give them anything they need. I love that.
Mm.
That's what I miss the most because everybody else comes quoting television and movies and the words of foolishness and wickedness. Continue.
The anger of a king brings messengers of death. Mm. And a wise man extinguishes it.
So whenever you see wise man, you can take that word and put shake there. That's the definition of the word shake. A shake can extinguish it. So we're here to judge and bring judgment to bring about peace. Okay? The anger of a king brings messengers of death. Right? They make Putin mad. He send a death message. I'm getting the nukes ready now. We're going to light it up. I'm going to set it off. He's not lying. He is. You've angered him. And he have the power to exercise and bring death to you. My people, you've made me angry. You refuse to do the upright deeds and to walk in them. So I speak death to all of your wickedness and all your wicked ways. And the Most High will honor it, and He's coming to kill you. While you looking at the nations talking about what they're doing and their wickedness, you forgot in your foolishness that you're right next to them, looking at them do it with them and participating in it in all kinds of ways, directly and indirectly. Continue.
In the light of a king's face is life, and his goodwill is like a cloud in clear sky.
So, in the light of a king's face, so the king holds the lamp. The light of the lamp is the law. Wisdom is the lamp. He knows what and he knows how. Only the king holds the lamp. So everybody else, shh, uskut, silence, stop talking. You must hear and do what I'm telling you. All of your mutterings and ramblings only anger me because you're leading others to death. I mean, it's one thing you decide death for yourself. You want to kill yourself this way, kill yourself. Don't take others with you by deceiving them. So the lamp is in the king's face. And now the king is ordered and commanded to bring goodwill to you, his people. Right? Like a cloud, the Shekinah on a clear day, like the Shekinah of the Most High, to see his glory, to see the glory of Allah over the kingdom.
He who possesses wisdom, it is better to him than fine gold. And he who possesses understanding, it is better than choice silver.
You're right. After you've possess wisdom, after you've obtained it, you see its value. And it was worth everything to obtain it. So now you're obtaining the beginnings of wisdom, right? You've heard. You still have to do. You've only heard, right? I got Cash App. It ain't ringing, right? Ali got Cash App. It's not ringing. You're not contacting him. You're waiting to see if my judgment proved true, and then you want to move in that hour. But the truth is that hour will be too late. You are commanded to move before in preparation of the war that is coming. What war? The war between the United States, Russia, China, Europe, and all this other stuff. Everybody's going to make the other glow in the dark. We'll be back after this. All right, so we're back. Now, some who have been with me, you can notice a lot of the verses repeat. There's a reason for that. It is to give you the opportunity to catch it, because when it is closed, the destruction is imminent. When the revelation is finished, because it was repeated to you a number of times, it will not wait. It will not tarry. This is a law which came from the mouth of prophet Joseph. When the appointed son, the one anointed in righteousness by the what? The commands of his father upon him, when the revelation comes and it repeats itself, the trial and the tribulation you do not have time to prepare for. It is upon you expediently, quickly. Continue.
The path of the upright turns away from evil.
Period. The path of the upright, it means everyone in this time, in this generation, is evil. Everyone, every child born, everyone is evil. But now, beginning with the children of the sons of Jacob, we have to turn from everybody else and what they're doing and now return for us to take care of ourselves first, our people, our nation first, and the other nations as they come in their time. So you have to turn and save yourself before you can save others. So it's on an individual basis. You cannot look for the collective. You cannot look for the group. It's not. It's one of the city and two of the family. Continue.
And he who has care for himself guards his way.
See, you have to care for yourself. You decide this for yourself and you're guarding your path, meaning it's up to you to make sure you continue in faithfulness and loyalty to what you have chosen. And that works either life or death. You homosexual, guard your way, ride it out to the bitter end. Continue.
Before destruction comes pride.
So before destruction comes shamelessness, right? You see the men and the women, and they have no shame about showing their bodies and exposing themselves. Shamelessness. They know what they're doing is wrong, but they're doing it openly and in public. Shamelessness.
Mm.
They're now enforcing their ideologies upon everyone else, is destruction coming. So when I say their ideologies, we have an instruction from Allah. It's not one we created. It's passed down. And this is what we do, and this is how we do it, and this is what it is. Here they come talking against this ideology, right? Notice I keep saying I'm talking to my people. I'm not talking to everybody else, right? If you want to be a pagan and a heathen and you descend from pagans and heathens, then being pagan and heathen is your way. You have the right to walk in it in your land. You have no right to bring that to my country. I don't have to accept. My law, my land, my culture, my culture. It's that like this. It doesn't change. Only colonizers think like this. Mm-hmm.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, here we go. So destruction comes before destruction comes pride, shamelessness. You're wicked, you won't change. And what comes next?
And before stumbling comes haughtiness of spirit.
And before stumbling comes entitlement. I could do this because I'm so and so and so and so. You about to get caught up, right? Yeah. How many times somebody like get arrested? Do you know who I am? Is that supposed to save you in this hour? No, the person doing this to you actually have the authority over you to do it, and now there's no way out. Haughtiness.
Whew. Better is the lowly of spirit.
Now, lowliness of spirit is the one who is submission. The one who is in submission to the instructions of Allah. You bring your spirit down. You don't think of yourself as your own God. I follow this. The prophet said, go this way. I'm walking in it. Right? So for me, my prophet Muhammad is Proverbs of Solomon. No, the prophet said this. That's my Islam. Personal, right? It's my submission. I cannot change my father's judgment. Continue. And the meek, right? And the meek. So we went over the meekness before. He's what? He's accepting of authority and instruction from his forefathers' house. When he sees the law, he obeys the law, and he's happy to go in it. It is what it is. Meek. These two are good.
Then he who shares out booty with the proud.
Then the person who shares or has a share of wealth, riches with the proud. Right? Listen, I'm trying to help y'all get money out here. I don't want to get money with you and your wickedness. I don't want to share this. I want to be over here with these people building this. It's better to build this over here than to be over here with you in this foolishness, knowing that destruction is coming to us. Continue.
He who contemplates on a matter will find good, and happy is he who trusts in Allah.
So the person who contemplates, contemplation is reasoning. He looks at it, he examines it, he inspects it, he studies, scrutinizes, stares at it. He's looking at the issues and he can find the good because you see that, well, this is the opposite of this. I'm telling us as a nation to come out of being a nation that has zero possession to a nation that maybe starts off with a small possession and to regather to it and to build upon it, to establish ourselves. That takes reasoning and contemplation. So I have found the good from the instruction. And happy is me. Forget you. Happy is me because I trust in the memory when I was doing this and I started to receive the promised things. This judgment from my Father has proven faithful.
He who is wise of heart is called intelligent.
So, to be wise of heart, you have to fill your mind first with wisdom, to fill your heart with the wisdom so you can speak wisdom. So, the one who's speaking wisdom is wise of heart. He is intelligent. He has gained the language of wisdom. He has the language, the tongue of Allah. He speaks exactly what Allah says, and he does what Allah says to do, that is appointed to men. This man is intelligent, not the one who can memorize a book by flapping the pages. It's not intelligence. It's a unique trick, but it's not intelligence.
But he whose lips are sweet increases teaching.
So the person who is a good speaker is the one to increase the teachings, right? I am not the best speaker. However, there is one who is a better speaker than I who is to come, and he will increase these teachings here in the land. Why? What do you mean he will increase? Because the way he expresses my teachings, it will gather more people. My job is not that. So my job is not that. My job is not to increase the teachings. My job is to obey the instructions, to tell you what the judgments are, and to raise up teachers and guides to increase the teachings upon the people that come to us. Right? You see?
Yes, sir.
Raising up the teachers, those who can speak sweetly. Now, everybody that comes not going to be a teacher. Some just going to be good workers, good farmers, each one in their own way, and they may teach a different subject than the teachings. Right? Somebody's like excellent in crochet. They're going to teach crochet to the people, but they're good workers and they're teaching the skill, the cunningness of the hands, skills of the hands. Okay? There's a perfumer. He's going to teach the skill of making perfumes, the skill of the nose. He's going to have that.
Reason is a fountain of life to its master.
Reasoning is a fountain of life to its master. So I'm trying to teach you how to become a master of reasoning. You have to know the fixed outcomes, right? You have to learn the outcomes, right? You have to know, like chess, and moving the pieces, What am I strengthening? What am I weakening? Right? The fixed outcomes. And am I following in the same movements of the Grand Master in this position? The one who played it before I did. So before I got myself into this situation, somebody else has already given me the answers, so I make that move. The other side, they don't have no counsel at all. I guarantee you, if they allowed me to play chess with with Hikaru or Magnus Carlsen in my ear, these super chess grandmasters, I can beat everybody in Jordan. I don't care how much experience and what, I would win. Just close the borders and do not let the other masters in. Nobody in Jordan can defeat me. And they given me the tips and the moves to play, period. And I'm just the puppet. I just play. They can see the board and I can play based upon the position and they tell me the move to make. Without knowing the outcomes, I know victory is guaranteed because the master who knows the outcomes has told me this is how we're going to win the game. You move this to this, it's going to do this. Now he have to do this. If he doesn't, we go this way and it's checkmate. We win. Easy. That's cheating, right? Well, now I'm cheating. I want you to know, I'm telling you directly, I'm cheating. I have an open book. The book lies open in front of me, before me, right? And I'm making the moves and telling the instructions and doing it the same time. And I'm winning. Yes, I'm cheating at the game because they got a head start. So now I have to use all the instructions, and I use the instructions because now the game master, the Most High, says, here's my instruction for the end game, and now you will be established. So I walk in it.
Mm.
Right? So this is the way things work. Continue, where we at?
But foolishness is the chastisement of fools.
So foolishness is the chastisement of fools. So the Most High gives a fool over to foolishness as a punishment, meaning they do things that brings harm and destruction to themselves, their families, and their homes. So they're not building their homes, they destroy it. So you give birth to sons, and then instead of building with them in the house, you go out now and you destroy everything. Continue.
The heart of a wise man gives understanding to his mouth, and with his lips he increased teaching.
The heart of a wise man gives understanding to his mouth. I told you, you speak from here. You must feel it from here. From what? From the study of this. So you have to scholarly study something to fill your mind with it. Then your mind plans what your heart will say when asked. Right? We are reading this right now. And I'm giving you the understanding, the wisdom of it right now. In order for me to speak it in this moment, it has taken years of preparation to fill my heart up with the wisdom first. You see, that's how it works. It comes from here, but you have to put it in there, which means you have to take out all the other stuff that you've been saying. You have to get rid of it. Continue.
A pleasant word is a honeycomb, sweetness for the soul, and a cure for the bones.
A pleasant word is sweet like honey, right? Sweetness for the soul and a cure for the bone. So if the Most High's wound cut deep, it cut you where? To the bone. However, if you follow this correction and correct your reasoning, accepting this chastisement, it will cure you, right? It's a cure for the bone, and its sweetness, it will heal your body, your soul. Your life will be extended. And the pleasant word is the word of instruction.
Thus far, we have read what can weaken, destroy the bone. We have come to read to learn what fattens the bone. And now here we're seeing what cures
the bone. You have an infection, you have a deep cut, a deep wound. This is the only thing that can cure it. The pleasant word is the law with wisdom. It will cure what ails it. It removes the bitterness. It will remove the infection. You have to cut out and remove the infected parts. It has to mend. It has to heal. You must expiate the sin, heal to make amends and to give reparations, return that which was stolen. Right? Tell me I'm lying. Tell me what I'm telling you not true.
So pretty much at the end of the day, the remedy that air and solutions that everyone is looking for is just this thing of following the instructions.
It's always ever been.
That's all
And
it is.
you can't follow the instructions without the leader. So until in this time it's appointed to me to lead. So if you don't work with me, you miss out on the redemption. It affects you. It doesn't mean that I fail at redeeming.
No, it's not you.
It's about you receiving what's appointed to you. Your decision is whether or not you'll follow the leader. My decision was made when I was given the choice and the option to lead, and I accept. I came out looking for redemption. The leadership was offered to me. I accepted it, its price, its appointing, and everything, and went through the process, not knowing whether or not it would succeed. It was presented, I just accepted. It succeeded in all the things it said it would. Okay? Now it says, do this. I'm doing it. I know it will succeed. And what it says that doing this, speaking to you, teaching you the wisdom would, so that this way my tongue stops being a foreign language to you. Because for 7 years, it really felt like that. I would say things and people just look at me crazy. And I was like, it says to say this. We'll be back. Okay, we are back. So, starting back at verse 22, reason is a fountain of life to its master. So you're here to master reasoning. And this is just the first level. Want to know why? Because this reason is applied right? For different tasks, different levels, different days, right? So right now we're on task one. So we reasoned about task one. What's task one? Acquire the land, build the sanctuary. Task one and task 1A. Okay, because if you buy the land and it's unlivable, then you failed. There's no sanctuary on it, no place to dwell, no place to live. So now you have to get past that. What's the next step after that? Well, we could take a look at that in that assessment in that time. There'll be a fresh new instruction. There's no need to worry about the step after that. If you don't take that step, you're dead. See? That's it. Well, let's get to the step where we avoid death. Then we can focus on what the next step is for living. Okay? And foolishness is the chastisement of fools. That's what punishes them. Okay. So you want to be, a rapper? You still trying to make you get signed to a record deal? You trying to, become the next superstar? You trying to make a living? Whatever it is, it doesn't even matter. If you're not doing this of my people, the Most High is giving you over to your foolishness. So I can let you go. I can stop talking to you. All right, we actually left off on what verse? 25.
Yeah, we're getting ready to start 25.
All right.
There is a way which seems right in the eyes of men.
So there's a way that seems right. To the person doing it, they can see no wrong in it. Right? So let's see, what is the outcome of it?
But the ways of death are its end.
So dying is the end of it. This is a repeat of there's a way that seems straight, but it leads to death. There's a way that seems right, but it looks like death. So there's somebody making the same or similar claims to do what I'm saying to do, but they're putting a spin on it to put it in a slightly different way, in a slightly different place, with slightly better offerings, slightly better this, and they're leading you over there to die. Akon built a city in Ghana. Death trap. Jay-Z built a city in Congo. Death trap. Kevin Hart's building a village in Zambia. Death trap. I'm just telling you. Hey, listen, we can go to Nigeria, buy land, and formulate our own business, our own farm. We already got a buyer lined up. They want us to grow something, and they're going to pay this, and we could pay the people what they ask for, pennies on the dollar. Death trap. Continue.
The desire of the laborer sustains the labor, but from the mouth necessity comes to him.
So the desire of the worker sustains the work. What? Right. The worker gets paid to work. So he's going to do things to make sure he continues the work, whatever it is, to keep the work coming because he gets paid from the work. Right? So if you get paid by the hour, all of a sudden, people figure out, well, the secret to me getting paid is to stay on the job. Right? And maybe we don't complete this job on time. If there's no penalty, and I'm just here working, I could just do this and collect all the money I need and be here for extra hours. I can sustain the work. I can keep the work going and find something else to fix, find something else to do, make sure I'm busy so that I can continue to earn the money I want to make. That's where you're stuck at. Continue.
A wrongdoer.
Well, and from the mouth, necessity comes to him. So from his own mouth, he's going to tell you everything he needs. I need this. I need that. If I have this, then I could do this and I could work better. Necessity comes. It's right from his mouth. I need. Okay? I just wanted to make sure I got the whole verse that time. Continue.
A wrongdoer plots evil, and on his lips the fire produces sparks.
So a wrongdoer plots evil, right? He's pouring gasoline everywhere. And then from his mouth, because he thought this plan, he's filled his heart with it. Now the spark comes in his words. He sets everything into motion. He sparks the fire. Okay? What is he doing? He's getting ready to burn down. He's getting ready to burn himself and his own home in this situation. So continue.
A perverse man incites strife.
So a perverse man starts a fight. He starts an argument.
And a quarrelous man drives away his friend.
So a quarrelous man will drive away his own friend with his arguments and his fights and everything else. Right?
Yeah.
The perverse one started it. He incited it. And the quarrelous one, the one who loved the argument, who wants to win the debate, is a quarrelous man. He drives away his friend.
The violent man leads astray his friend.
Continue.
Bringing him in a way that is not good.
So go ahead, just look at all the violent men around you, right? They're not men of reason, they're men of violence, right? I'll do this. It's all this intimidation and threatening, right? I'll cut, kill, fight, blah, blah. Why are you so violent? I mean, we do have laws that tell us to do certain things under certain conditions, but there must be judgment before. There must be reasoning. We must first apply medicine before we cut out the cancer. We just don't go and show up with a razor blade for every lump and every bump. It doesn't require that. So the violent man leads astray his friend, bringing him in the way that is not good. So if you are with the violent man, he has led you astray. You're deceived. America is violent. It's a violent country. You've been led astray if you're over there, and I don't care who you are. Right? These are your buddies, your friends, right? You've been led astray. You think you're going to do well in the presence of violent men. Okay, continue.
He who winks his eyes and plans perversity threatens with his lips and accomplishes evil.
So the person winking the eye is not this. Okay? It's not that, right? Because first of all, it says eyes.
Yes.
So the person that shuts their eyes to not see the way of righteousness, to walk in it, that's my jam right there at the end. But I'm just keeping the computer on. So the person that closed their eyes or hides their eyes from this instruction to walk in it, their only options are to plan evil. Because there's only one road that leads to righteousness, and we must follow the leader. Period. Okay? So if you come in and you're fifth, you have to follow the fourth man. That's just it. You're fifth. If you come in 10th, you're the 10th man. You still have to follow in your place. That's the way it goes. Okay? So the person that hides their eyes and doesn't take and accept the path of righteousness, he's only left with plans of perversity. Okay? And since he's planning perversity, he thinks about it, then the only way to make sure his plans go through is because you need enforcement, right? You have to have enforcement to get people to work. So the only way you can get people to work is you have to threaten them with your lips. So they always using threats, right? And the only thing he accomplishes is evil, which are deeds that lead himself and others to death. But you threatening us. No, 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 I'm not threatening you. There's a difference, right? I'm not forcing you to come. I'm giving you a choice. You can come, you could not come. Just know in not coming, you will die. The Most High is coming to kill you. I'll show you how the Most High coming works. He's coming to kill you, not me. I have an instruction for the preservation of life through obedience. I'm telling you, all of what you're doing is leading to your death. You're not growing any food to survive a famine. You can't grow food in a war zone. They're going to blow where you are to smithereens. That's an old word right there.
Yes, smithereens.
Smithereens.
They don't know about that.
Okay?
Gray hair is a crown of glory. In the way of righteousness, it is found.
So gray hair is a crown of glory. It is the sign of that you have aged, that you have walked in a way to preserve your own life. Okay? Now, this is something you're going to gain, not at this time, but in the future, because you will appear as you are from now for a few jubilees. Your hair will turn white. Be you man or woman, it will turn white. Accept it. It is a crown of glory. After you turn what? You turn around 200 and 300 and 4 and 7, you'll say, this hair is a crown of glory to me. I have walked in the law and it has preserved my life these 700 years. Right? Walked in the law. You're not sickly and old and dying and trying to propagate something that's not done. You need all kind of help. It's not the way the forefathers passed when they were lawful. They lived like nothing was wrong. And when it was time to die, they was like, well, the Most High said today's the day. What you gonna do? I'm gonna go ahead and lay down. There's a nap coming. Going in the rest. And they died. Went to sleep and just didn't get up peacefully. Continue.
Better is the man patient of spirit than the mighty man.
So listen, in the judgment of men, the one who patiently works for something, he's not looking for an expedient result. He's not looking for a quick turnaround. I gotta get this money right now. The one who says, all right, I'm gonna lose what I'm gonna lose, but I'm gonna build this in righteousness, doing it the right way, taking the right steps, walking in the right way, and building it so that it lasts permanently, so that I never have this problem again. He's better than the strong man who wants to go out and we'll take the city by war. Get the guns, get the bombs. Now we in charge. That's not how you're going to obtain the power. Right? RUIC. It doesn't matter how many men you have, and it doesn't matter that you're armed or unarmed or marching or on the news. None of that is what the instruction says to do. It says to be patient and walk in the righteous steps and actually build it. It's going to take you a long time to build this the way I'm telling you, but it's the righteous way. Started out owning the land. We own it. We didn't ask for it. We didn't plead for it. We didn't lay claims to it. We just came, we brought the money and we paid for it. Then we started building upon it. It grew. We took that money, we bought more land and did the same thing and multiplied upon the land. Patient man is better than the strong man. Continue.
And he who conquers himself better than the one who captures a city.
So how do you conquer yourself? Since you have to convert and change to this mindset, change to the lifestyle, change to the customs, change to the traditions, change how you talk, change how you dress, right? Change how you maintain relationships, right? Change your relationships from being dating to just getting married and staying there regardless. The one who conquers themselves to change their mindset and to serve Allah and to walk in his ways is better than the one who goes to war and takes over a city. Because after you take over that city, a bigger one comes to take that city too. Continue.
Into the lap of the oppressor falls the lot, but from Allah goes forth his judgment.
So we're talking about the lot. And into the lap of the oppressor falls the lot. The lot of what? The lot of the curses, the lot of the judgment. And oppression does not begin with chains and weapons of warfare and coming in to attack a city. It actually begins with the plan, the perverse plan to bring someone into oppression for your benefit. Our instruction is hates oppression. So every man comes in, every man gives the same, every man works the same. We're not talking about amount. We're talking about the quality. So the quality of the giving is all. So we all have to give all, whether you have a little or you have a lot. Everybody gives all. And then we all build up and everyone gains to their society, till they're full. So the lot of what? The lot of the Most High's anger, wrath, and judgment goes to the oppressors and the ones who agree with oppressive ways, tactics, and business acumen of the oppressor. But from Allah goes forth his instruction to walk in his way, and his wrath does not come to them. Because Allah, in this case, is El Shadi, the God who destroys and then repents. So one receives the lot of instruction. You get the lot, you get the destruction. The other one receives the instruction to make repentance and how to fix everything the way the Most High wants to see it. It is my job to rebuild the Garden of Eden with your help, the righteous who follow the instructions. However, if you don't listen, you're going to get the lot of the oppressor. You are trying to oppress the earth to make it in your image of how you see it should function. But there's another instruction to make it in a different way. Well, that's today's class of judgment. Anybody got anything to say? Nothing from the gallery in the back? How about you? Nothing? No? Well, one step at a time, one day at a time. We're going to finish this with the prayer of the high priest for those who are wishing to convert and walk in the ways of the Most High. You will accept this prayer. You will give the money. You will contact the high priest and you will come out. One step at a time, one day at a time.
May Yah bless you and keep you, and make his light to shine upon you. Yah bless thee in all thy business, and keep you from the demons of the night, and things that cause terror, and from the demons of the noonday and of the morning. And Yah keep you from the malignant spirits and phantom. And Yah be gracious unto you, and lift up his countenance upon you, and grant you peace. May Yah's face shine upon you when occupied in the Lord, and reveal to you its secrets, and be merciful to you. May Yah lift you up, and his countenance upon you in prayer. In this work of repentance, to rebuild the house of David for the redemption of the people who Yah has chosen to make up his special portion, and give them peace in the end. Yah increase the righteous who obey the instructions and come and work diligently 1,000-fold of account of this benediction, and bless them beyond numbering. Amen. Assalamu alaikum.